So good morning. It's 7:23, the 5th of January, 2024. It's a NonFarm payroll morning, first one of the new year. That's a huge event. It's the probably the biggest economics. I don't know. I guess the FOMC has kind of been taking priority over that. But anyway, I thought it would be an interesting opportunity to stream and have a watch. Switch to the wider window here. Going to set up the activate the multi-brackets, which go off every time you either go to, every time you turn off Bookmap, the multi-brackets deactivate. This is set up for the risk neutral trade. 2 stops at 3 points. Multi-brackets has a little idiosyncrasy that you can't set both stops on this setup table at the same price. So just after the trade is on, you can easily manipulate them with the mouse to whatever. And this is the first target, which pays for the, creates the risk neutral situation. And then the second target is riding free. So there we go. And activate the trading mechanism. Go to both. Make sure that the brackets would be, this is the bracket. If you don't use multi-brackets, you can set it up over here. It needs to be unticked for the multi-brackets to work. Confirm that it's 2 lots. So that's correct. Gets more screen space. So the NonFarm is out here in the next couple of minutes. 5 minutes. It's released at 7:30, if I'm not mistaken. Got a little bit of a congestion or something this morning. It's been terrible air quality here, and then last night it was raining all night. So just a quick view. This is the full session profile, which is what we're doing now. That starts at 1700 last night. This is the RTH or session, which will be the current session, which will be resetting at 8:30 this morning. And this shows you what's on the chart. These levels are pushed from IRT. And that is this package, which has ES, NQ, my micro composite, and you can see what's happened the last few days here. So we've almost taken back the entire up move from the FOMC announcement where they were going to cut rates. So what goes up, the market goes up to go down, down to go up, as Tom at Traders Lab says so often. So there we are. These are both set at 17, the full session. So that gives you an idea what's going on here. This is the different colors so I can just differentiate which setting I have the chart on, full or regular trading session hours. The over here in the overnight, the dark blue is the value area, and the lighter gray is the outside of that. The value area is basically 70% of the trade. No other indicators apart from mid. This is right there, VWAP, and the dark blue or dark purple or whatever that is the full session VWAP. The yellow is the migrating POC. So that's a quick primer. And back to the business at hand here. Open in 3 minutes, or not open, but numbers out in 3 minutes. One of the things that'll be real obvious, and it started to happen already, is the books disappearing. No liquidity around here. The book will thin out a lot. Got one soldier sitting out over here. So we'll wait and see what happens. There was a lot of news last night that the number was going to be better because there was a decrease in unemployment, basically increase in non-farm payroll numbers. So let's see what happens. Yesterday's naked point of control is way up at 46 quarter. And there's a couple of naked. Yeah, I think so. There we go. There's the number. There's the release anyway. The bots are starting to read it. Notice how the book is falling off to 2s and 1s. So, yeah, so much for it was a good number, I guess. I normally would never trade these numbers, especially that. How do you manage that risk? There's, even if you've got a stop sitting here, it blew right through that. Chances of it blowing through your, and they send you an email next week telling you where you got covered. Usually it moves in a couple of waves and often will retrace to the scene of the crime and then move again. It's a big number that's probably one of the most watched, I guess. Well, was for sure one of the most watched until the FOMC got all involved in rate cuts and all the quantitative easing and all that stuff started. But for the longest time, this was probably the biggest number. Market moving number, anyway, in my memory. Well, there is a previous MC VPOC, and now we're heading to below that is another down at 26 quarter, 2675. So yeah, that's a pretty substantial drop there. Pretty substantial drop. New overnight low. These numbers are pushed. These levels are the price pushed from IRT. Wow, keep sneezing. I got the sneezes now. So these kinds of numbers are truly opportunities for the RMT trading analysis, which is rearview mirror trading. In other words, you know, there'll be 1,000 geniuses on the internet and wherever else talking about how they caught this thing and down it went and blah, 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 blah. I would not do that. And what would you do? Now, granted, the market had been down all night and yesterday, so we have sold off the last three days in a row. But that doesn't generally, well, shouldn't say that. I don't know that for a fact, but I don't believe that generally influences the direction of movement on the number. So funny that people post NFP done. Yeah, no kidding. That was 4 minutes ago. It's like, Jesus, does not everybody know that? I guess they feel like it's validates them to talk or something. I don't know. Wow, I wish I'd quit sneezing here. Yeah. So I've done a lot of analysis of my numbers. I got all the formula and things configured or repaired on the old Excel journal that I had told a couple of people I would share with them, and then realized it was a complete mess. It was something I had created back in 2015, I think is when it started. And I don't use it much, or hadn't used it much, because I have lately been, I'm a Jigsaw owner and have been for 10 or plus years or somewhere around there. And because of that, I could use the full system of Journalytics, which automatically captures your trade data from Rhythmic and then performs a lot of the same functions. Yeah, expectancy, win rate, all the usual numbers, plus a philanthora of other ones, and then a bunch of bright, shiny graphs and, stuff like that. Typical online thing. But I wanted to share this because I told a couple of people in the Traders Lab that I would. And so I wanted it to be accurate. So it took me quite a while to get a clean data set and then fix a bunch of stuff, filters, and automated a lot more so that it was more user friendly. And then last day or so, I've been comparing the notes or a lot of the figures against the historical to be sure all the calculations were correct, so that everything was working reasonably well for these guys. Whether they use it or not, that's another story. But at least I followed through with what I said, or will follow through with what I said. I'll go back to the full screen window rather than the display up here, just because it gets rid of all that taskbar stuff and the white line at the top, and it provides a little more real estate there for the chart itself, which is the important part. And we seem to be pretty happy to bottom out around 701. Yep. Oftentimes there'll be a couple of different waves on the NFP number. This initial, excitement over here, and then it'll pulls back, and oftentimes it'll proceed on down in the direction of the first wave. But I'm not making that prediction or saying that's what's going to happen, and I'm not certainly going to try to trade it, but just to observe. In this case, it looks like 701. That century number is pretty solid. There's so much uncertainty in the States. I noticed last night that Apple had been downgraded because of some issues with their iPhone. So I suppose some of these tech issues are weighing down the NASDAQ for sure. I'm not sure, and the S&P, because they're obviously included in that. Not that I'm not saying that's an impact on this number or why this movement we're having right now, but in the general market, which is, this is, well, here, let's see if I can get this. You see yesterday and overnight, little brief pickup and then just a sell off overnight would have been a great idea to just short this and go to bed, actually. That's some of that RMT narration again, rear view mirror trading. This is the micro composite. So my original micro composite is here. My thinking is that as long as price is overlapping, which it is here and here and here and on and on and on, that this would be the real MC, and this is the POC for that. Some other fellows in the traders lab, including Tom, and it's an opinion only. I started drawing this one to provide more focus with a POC at 68. And you can see how we tested around that day before, up just to it yesterday, and then broke down through the original low of this smaller micro composite was here at about 38. So, or 37-ish. So dropped down another 10 handles here. And of course, now we're trading clear down here. This flashing green and red story is active price. It doesn't draw a line, but that's how it works. We're now trading down here. We've essentially taken out that FOMC up move. What day is that? Was that up move on 13th? So probably nothing now to happen. I guess I'll leave the stream on. I'm not going to stand here and just talk aimlessly about nothing. I will do my normal setup and perhaps I'll stream that so that it's kind of recorded. I've just already gone through the setup and activation of the multi-brackets for the risk neutral configuration. In a minute, then I'll do the opening stats and configuration, and then we'll stand by for the open at 0830. Now, I imagine there's going to be several folks that will have profited handsomely from this move, but it isn't me. I learned long ago that first market, this first big number move like this mess here, what are you going to do with that? How are you going to get in on that other than you just impulse in down and smack into it as fast as you can in hopes that it doesn't come back on you? However, if it comes back on you, you have no idea where your stop's going to be, where your stop will be executed in a light, fast market. And this, I know there's people, I suppose, that study this number for years and have some sort of an idea figured out what they think the general pattern is. I guess, 11 to 4, 6 points. I don't know. Is it worth risking a big hit the other way? Is it worth putting your account at risk in that market condition? And for me, I'm a lot more conservative, I guess, at this point, especially. So yeah, it isn't, but it's very interesting to watch, and it kind of gives a clue of where the market may be going to go today after the open. And we'll be looking at stats about that. Now, unless there's some sort of a gigantic move back to the upside to take back all this overnight, we're going to have where are we now? 13. They have a 10, 12 point gap to the downside from yesterday's range, never mind yesterday's close. So that would suggest to me that this is going to be I want to put that on so you can see the mouse. There we go. That would suggest to me that the opening position here is going to be lower out of range, which is what I called it yesterday. It was real close, lower in, lower out, or it was right on the bottom, which is irritating. But so I will not have to change that. And I will now go to the IRT homework and look at the stats for that opening configuration and then update these percentages against the developing, the various statistics here or the levels. One other thing I got to remember to do. So we've taken out that MC low by a long shot. What I'm looking for here is this guy right here. This naked point of control, and he's going to go right down here on yesterday's. Yesterday's, come on. Hard to do when it's all wound in like that. On yesterday's VPOC for the real time. So so this is the RVPOC. This is yesterday's regular trading hours POC. When we open again, this will be the naked. So this will be the most recent. Well, the most recent obviously is the overnight, which is also a big number. And that's right here. So now we'll go look at the statistics and put those in. And the statistics come from this statistics study. This is a setup that I post every day at 8:20 on the T Lab to help everybody kind of get to there. Some folks don't have IRT or good charting, so I post this view, which shows where we've been for the last little while and the string of numbers and my chart page, but just to try to help out or contribute. This is the study I'm referring to. So this is was compiled by Chad Payne at IRT. Really nice piece of work. And the only variable here, as with any kind of statistically significant data, you can only have one variable. You can't have 10, because if you do, it's not statistically significant anymore. But that's another story. So the difference, the only variables here are the opening type. Did we open lower, higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, or what looks today to be lower out of range? Then out of 200 or 2003 days, based on lower the opening configuration of lower outer range, these would be the statistics for each of these price levels being hit by price, touched by price. Could be touched or cleared. So, for example, the overnight point of control is 84.4% of the time. The overnight low is 72. The overnight mid is 68.3, and so on. Now, what I will do is keep one eye on these numbers and then input them in these levels. So the overnight point of control is whatever I said it was, 84.4. And that's one that you have to keep an eye on, because it could well change as, between now and when the market opened. The overnight low, well, usually it's next. Yeah, overnight low is up there now, 72.9 or 72.0, I guess. So 72% of the time when we open lower out of range, the overnight low is taken out. 84% of the time, the overnight VPOC is taken out or touched. That's how the statistics work. The idea of this is to give you some targets and an idea of plan before the market opens. These numbers, as you can well tell, will be on my chart on the Bookmap well before the market ever opens. It doesn't open for another 40 minutes. So these numbers will be there well in advance. The difference being, this is not a video game. This is a business. So you want to have your business be statistically driven and planned, right? And the idea is that it closely represents, or the best analogy for it is a casino or the gaming business. The casino has a very specific set of rules which they apply in every game. They never change the rules, and they just continue to play, which builds the instances within their data set. Each one of those games has a pre-calculated edge or positive percentage, whether it's 15 or 20% or whatever it is, means that 15 or 20% of the time they will win. And so the idea is that the larger the data set, the greater the profit, right? And it's obvious that is a successful model. Just go to any casino town and have a look around and see who you think's making the money. So we continue here. Overnight low, overnight VPOC. We got the mid at 69.3. And where did the overnight mid go? I'm sure it's buried under here somewhere. I'll widen these out a little bit so that we can sort of see the overnight mid has got to be right under this overnight view app area here somewhere. Ah, there we go. 69.3. Now, something to notice. This is the VWAP. This red is the mid, wherever it went, and this is the VPOC. The darker one is for the full session, and the lighter POC, once the day session starts, will be also drawn from this volume profile. I don't reset the mid. I don't reset VWAP in the overnight. They do both reset at when the regular trading session hours start. But if you notice, this purple line here is the VWAP for the full session, and there it is, dutifully and correctly displayed. And the mid is, I don't pay that much attention to it because I have it from IRT over here, as far as the red line being drawn on the Bookmap chart. So we'll move on to the next one here. Ah, 68.6 is the previous low. Now the problem is we got to wind these back up. Previous RTH low is right here, 69.6, I think. 68.6, I'm sorry. There you go. And the close, that's usually a pretty important number of some sort. However, it isn't up there, 44.3. So it's obvious that, I mean, as one would think intuitively, if we're opening lower out of range, means we've traded much lower than the previous day RTH session, that prices, or the probability that we will continue lower, is good. And if you notice, the EVPOC is 84%. Then it goes to 68% at the previous close, low. Then it goes to 44% up here to the previous close. So the statistics are pointing or indicating that it's a greater possibility or probability that we will move lower on the open, after the open, however you want to say it. And I'll be right back. Okay, we'll see where we go now. So let's continue on. Developing value area low. That is always these developing value areas. Now, let me say that can't read and talk at the same time. when it says developing value area high or developing value area low, that is the value area high and low applicable to the current trading session, i.e. it's developing. When it just says value area high or value area low, that is from the previous session. It's no longer developing. That's what it was. That's where it was. Same way with the IB doesn't do that. The IB doesn't have a previous IB. So, but developing the value area does. That's, I guess, an idiosyncrasy of. And there's no way that I know of actually to identify in these price levels, which I set up and export from IRT to Bookmap, Cloud Notes. I don't know if there's a way to identify the previous IB, but I don't guess it's really that big a deal. Anyway. So let's see now. The overnight high. Overnight high is 14.2%. So I guess that's not going to be a biggie. But we'll slap it up there anyway, and you'll see there's the IB low from yesterday. 18.2%. Is that right? 14.2. That's pretty funny. No, that's not true. It's 35.1%. I was looking at the combination. Still, it's pretty clear, right? 84, 58, 44, 35. Which way are the percentages going? In other words, it's only 35% probability we're going to get this high, and it's an 84% we're going to smack the VPOC, which is not too surprising, I guess. Okay, what other levels do I have? I have previous value area high, previous value area low. I mean, we've got all of those. IB high, IB low, all that stuff. I think I will not clutter up everything. Previous POC is 31.4. Do I have that in there? No, I don't. The previous VPOC is 31.4. So again, 84, 60, 40, 35, 31. Which way is it going? Which way does it suggest we will be, the context will be when we open and after, in the next session, suggests that the context will trade lower. All right, so get this IRT set back up for my host at 8:20 to the T-Lab folks. And now, I think that's enough of that. There's no statistic for settlement in the homework, but that's curious, but there is not. And I haven't delved into the RTX code for that homework study. It works so well, I'm not going to jeopardize breaking it, frankly. Yeah. And here they come. Got long at 05, scaling it, I'm afraid there's a lot of bullshit on the internet. do you suppose? Okay. 8:04, coming back up here to settlement, kind of. So they're going to monkey around here in a couple of minutes and not be lower out of range if they're not careful. This is yesterday's close, right? The RTH close, i.e. So this is the minute price gets here or above, it's lower in range. The higher and lower part is around the settlement and the close, actually. Yeah, so I'm not really, I wasn't correct in that. So this is the previous RTH low. When we're here, we're in range. When we're here, we're higher or lower. Assuming I got that figured out right. And I'm pretty sure I do. Because it's the homework is based on the close, not the settlement. You got an 18 point. You got a 20 point. Does that mean you got a 20 point stop? Love to see your data. So I'm assuming and hopeful the audio video is okay. Video is always okay. The audio seems to be where I fall down a lot. I think I have it pretty well lined out now, though. So that's, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of a concept at this point. The object of the stream is my video journal to hear my narration and see what I was seeing as I traded or narrated, and then review that. And it's surprising how many times when you're reviewing, especially while trading, it doesn't, you hear the logic that's narrated and see the trade and you go, well, idiot, that's not right. It's pretty amazing. It's Phenomenal tool. This is OBS 3.0.2, the current version, whatever it is. And after you once get it set up, you can just record it to your computer or wherever if you'd like, or you can both record and stream. I stream it just as more of a permanent way to have access to it and more of a permanent record. And it's free. So, man, I remember the days back in the 90s when I was using Windows 2.0 or something, and it would take all night to transfer data from where I was in sub-Saharan Africa to States and then back. And it was a relatively small file. Dial-up modems and all that crap. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing what's happened with technology. In my lifetime, for sure, there were no computers, cell phones, any of that stuff in the first 20 years or more, first 30 years, I guess. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, pretty phenomenal. I think about my parents who were alive and, not just little teeny kids, but were alive and cognizant around the beginning of air travel, what it must be like for them to see, where however many years it was, 70 years or something from the Wright brothers to walking on the moon. I mean, Jesus, that's got to be pretty phenomenal. Yeah. And then here we are with, day trading and charting and all those things back when I started getting into this in the late 1990s. Moved from Africa back across to the States for the ability to trade to Miami in 2000. Jesus, the way it was done then and the way it is now is just phenomenal. So, exciting time to be alive. And this right on the cusp of lower or in range is irritating to me, and it's been the last couple of days now. This is it happening. And what that is changes, gives you an opportunity, or gives the opportunity for these statistics to change, of course. So now I've got them all set up, and then there's some dork, trades it up here a couple of points, and that technically would then be in range, lower, of course, but in range, not out of range. And those would change the parameters. Let's just quickly, I won't switch screens, but I will just, for example, let's look at the biggie, which is always the overnight or the ETH volume point of control. In the lower open, lower out of range configuration, it's 84.3. It's actually 84.8. Did I have that wrong? Yeah, it's 84.8% of the time. So I actually have that wrong here. Let me just change that to 8. There we go. And lower in range, it changes from 84.8% of the time in lower out of range to 90.5%. I'm sorry, 84.4. Yeah. So it's just, okay, so point something or another of a percentage. It isn't a big deal, I guess, but I guess I'm OCD enough to want them to be correct. Anyway, let's look at some of the ones away from it. Let's look at the previous close and see what that says. Well, the previous close in lower in range is 71.4, and here Here in the lower out of range, it's 68.6. So it's not a huge difference in percentage probability, but I guess every little bit helps, right? And now they're going to lock it back down, so it'll continue to open out of range. Likely it's now 813. We'll see. We will see what we will see. Well, here we are again, right at the damn low. These guys are so irritating. Seeing out stuff is frustrating to me. Oh, boy. I think I'll be right back. I'm so depressed. And so now they've traded it back up to in range. And we're going to open in about 10 minutes here. I'll be pushing my chart to IRT or Bookmap here in a minute. That's not what I had in mind. Okay, I don't want that or that or that. See if that copies correctly. Seems so. Oh, Jesus. I don't know what that was, but that's deafening. God almighty, if that was something from internal, I guess. Holy. I hope that didn't go out. That was deafening. That was terrible. I wonder if that was a note from Snagit. I'm going to mute. I'm going to mute the mic. I guess the desktop audio would be the thing to mute, or I'll try it again and see if that spikes across the desktop audio. That was pretty pathetic there. I don't hear anything. Okay, so great. I guess that doesn't matter. Don't know what the hell that noise was. Anyway. Yay, me. So we're going to open in about 8 minutes or so. Where's Hmm. And when it's so close like this, it's who the hell knows? Are they going to just now they're right at settlement? Are they going to just drop back down? I'm going to leave them alone, and then if the damn thing opens, depending on where that opens, I'll change these statistics numbers to the relative locations if it looks to me like it's bothering with. And I'm not so sure about that, to be honest. Mm-hmm. Okay, so they're now parked right up here on settlement. And I'm still kind of curious as to what the hell. So 46 quarter is previous point of control. Now here we go again, you see. So now they're going to drop it right back down 5 minutes under that. So yeah, stop worrying about it. Okay, we're setting up to open here in 3 minutes. And here we go. The non-farm payroll at this point was essentially a non-event. It's traded much lower, and now we're right back to actually in range. This is actually incorrect. We're opening lower in range rather than lower out of range. Pretty damn close. We're going to be opening higher in range. It's all pivots. Those statistics pivot around the close. So, stupid. Well, now I'm not so sure what the ramifications of this in-range, out-of-range thing would be at this point, because we are lower out of range now. No, lower in range now. A minute ago, though, if we got up above that close, we'd be higher in range, and that's quite different statistics. I'm going to stick with where I am. And we're open. So I will now update the IRT. There's that loud crap again. The IRT charts from full session to the RTH session. No lag here. That's good. And there we are, boys and girls. So I'll throw in now, this is the current session, which is here, VPOC, the chart, visible chart area session, or volume profile, I'm sorry. And this is the SVP is, none of that shows up. That is so irritating. If I have the application selected for the stream, then none of the, can't see the cursor or the mouse on the numbers side of the price. On the chart side, you can see it. So I don't know what to do. Anyway, there we are. The first, we're having a VPOC migration up a little bit. Put those in. There we go. And the open was right about there. I put these in the, and notice that these are showing up now. They are just to give me a visual reference for where the VPOC was for this current session, and that is here and here. Obviously easy now, but when it gets going, the market, got to in an hour or two, they'll be scrolled off to the left. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see this thing fall out of bed. Oh. And I can't quit sneezing. I don't know. The air quality's terrible. It was terrible yesterday. It rained all night. I would have thought that washed some of the crap out of the air. I don't know what the deal is. Anyhow, no trade for me, obviously, this morning. I don't trade. I initiate my trades with a keyboard, so there won't be any mouse movement about that. And but the lines, I do display the entry, stops, and targets will materialize here on the chart side. So that's assuming that something comes along to catch my attention here. Well, there is a 44.3 stat if you're going off the lower out of range. That's a 44.3 statistic that we would hit that previous RTH close. So there you are. And we've got 84.8% chance down here at the previous, at the EVPOC. So, you see how the day numbers start plopping over the top. There's the, that's why it's good for me to have the percentages there because I remember relatively well what they are. Now we're going to go up here and tag a 35%. So there you go. Pretty quick, we're heading for value. I don't know where the hell that is. Yeah, there it is. There's the value area low. Squeeze-a-rooney, I guess. Yes. There we are, 35.1%. Value area low. Here you see yesterday's trade. I'm sorry. Yesterday's trade is here. The current day session is here. This is yesterday's RTH. You can tell that by 8:30 to 1600. Sorry, I forgot to mute that. Well, here we are at 35.1% probability to take out the ETH high, which we have just done. And previous value area low is looking up here above. I hazard to guess what the stat for that would be. I guess they traded right up to that previous IB high. It's not an IB high. That's today's IB high. That is the previous IB low. That's kind of confusing here in my setup anyway. And I'll show you why. These green lines are the IB. So this is the IB low and the IB high. I've got a 2 second or millisecond lag, and that's the IB high from yesterday's session. So here we traded right up to, and when I started talking about it, the IB high for today's session was the same as the IB low for yesterday's. Now it's proceeded up into value. That's, I don't know what to do about that. Overthinking it, I guess. So if they get rejected out of value, which kind of looks like what's happening, could be lower ground, but there's an awful likely nagging suspicion that they're going to try to get a squeeze going on, and that would be higher ground for sure. Okay, and now we've had a VPOC migration up, but that's pretty quick. Wow. Not sure what that means, actually. I think it means I stand by and watch. Seems like there's a lot of maneuvering going on there. Oops. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Template. There we go. So it was rejected out of value, apparently, even though there was a value or VPOC migration up. We've now down to mid. You see where mid started at 830 over here, and the VWAP. So So they came down to within horseshoes and hand grenades of a price check at aisle 3, which is one of Tom's ideas. They checked if this price was still too low, and then, too low, too high. That's one of his narrating things. This is Tom B. I refer to in the Bookmap Discord area, and the room or whatever you call it is called the Traders Lab dash Tom B. There's a lot of good stuff to say. Some pretty good people there, seems like. Tom specifically is, I think, a real straight shooter and the real deal, as opposed to the vast sea of bullshit artists out there on everywhere, internet, Instagram, whatever the hell it is, whatever they call Twitter now. Tested it again. It was too high, and boom, down they go some more. Now, if I were quick on the trigger, these are scales for risk neutral. But at this point, this market looks pretty erratic to me. And they still haven't gone down. They still haven't gone down to take a look at the previous ETH point of control, which is usually a big number. I mean, a big statistic. Usually one of the first to be taken. They've gotten all the little crap out of the way here. So that just tells you it's an atypical day. So we've had a VPOC migration up, which, according to the T-Lab, is a structured trade higher ground. And I suppose in this case, we would be looking at the value area. We've got the developing value area high just a tick below the previous day's value area low. So that means they were not able to stick it in value. Generally, from market profile, that would be considered value is overlapping and lower. Actually, just lower. It hasn't even overlapped yet. And that's an indication that we would be trading down. I mean, would suggest trading down. So it looks like they're trying to stick it back in value again. My initial reaction would be love to short the damn thing, but I don't think that's probably the call at this point. And I'm therefore not going to do that. I do think I'll wait for the IB30 stat to show its ugly head. Really fighting at that 47.40 level for value. And some of the folks are, talking about their second scale out and all that kind of stuff, which is obviously a lot better traders than I am. Or I think there's three things that can happen. Large account, where they just, uh, 3 or 4 stops, there's no problem. They call it probing the market, which I find not necessarily conducive to my ideas. It's true, of course, is another possibility that they have done that. They never say where they got in or whatever else. Usually it's just a commentary like that second scale at so and so. And the third one is they're just bullshitters. So I don't know. Who knows? And really don't care. But that's the kind of associated noise with any room or any kind of thing. that's hard. Why I don't really pay much attention to any other chat rooms or any of that stuff, and try to focus on my own, so that I'm not influenced one way or the other. This test here at value is definitely a fight. The buyers want to get it up into value, and the higher time frame, I guess, is not real keen about that. If it gets up there, we still have the MC low, not too far above, which is right there. That's changed actually from yesterday. I didn't bring that down to yesterday's yesterday's low, and the MC for that, or the VPOC for that MC, is 68. So not too much further ahead, but what was yesterday's low? 27. Okay. So this should be down here at 27. Out there, I guess. Oh, there. Whoops. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know what to think here. And in that condition, the one thing I think is I'm not going to start slapping trades at it. Well, they're busting it into the value. Seems like they're going to make it stick. So we are going to be in an IB30 situation here at the top of this hour. And, one would expect that it's going to be to the upside. I wonder what that damn noise is. Sounds like somebody hitting a discord on an organ. I thought I had everything shut off, but I don't know. Maybe that's coming from Bookmap. I thought I had all. There's another one. All audio alerts off. Oh, another VPOC migration here. So they are grinding it up. Maybe a valuable alert, but I don't know what the hell it means. Right at value area low. My. I got to figure out what the hell is making that noise. I don't see any issues on. I wonder if that key. I'm going to just kind of be quiet here for a minute and monitor the audio, desktop audio on OBS to see if that, what I'm hearing in the headset is coming across loud on the desktop. Yeah, it is. Desktop audio. Whatever that is up there about mid-range on the desktop audio. Beats the hell out of me. I guess I'll try to figure out what's got an audio alert on it. I see no reason. Keeps doing it, whatever the hell it is. How the hell you figure that out? It's almost timed. 57. Well, there's a price check at IL3 that VPOC migration up would have done what it usually does to me, which is stop me out. I don't know. They seem to think that that's a very profitable, has a very profitable edge on that structured trade, but it doesn't work so for me necessarily. Sounds like the whatever that bonging noise was is gone. Very steady, methodical upward movement in the VPOC. And now, damn, what is that noise? And now the full session VPOC is moving up here. And down we come. So they're both together again, back down here at aisle 3. Morning Will Robinson or whatever it is. Tom's got a whole bunch of cute sayings which resonate with me because they're from the past. Wow. There's a number at 9. And there's the IB30. Look at that. Wow, that's pretty amazing. The hell number was that? Look at the squeeze go. Getting up to that NVPOC and high volume node. And pretty close to the MC lower value area low, which is not a number that I think anybody pays attention to. But anyway. Wow. Let's see what that number was. Non-manufacturing prices. Okay, and it was better by less than 1%, less than 1 tick. Wow, look at it go. The squeeze looks like it's in motion. Like your retail. Squeezed. Yeah. So these are all movements that look so great for RMT. But, you know, this is not quite so radical, but pretty hard to manage your risk. I mean, that's a liquidity vacuum. They hit into it with a big enough size to clear out this number of trade levels, price levels. So, and we're back down under the IB high, which is not even correct because this is the IB high. It's just not been updated from IRT yet. This will now jump up here about one every minute on Bookmap that it updates. IRT is, of course, up to date immediately, but Bookmap, the push to Bookmap from IRT is, I think, every 30 seconds or something, but Bookmap only updates every minute, or at least that's what I see. The Bookmap cloud notes, the Bookmap is obviously current and active right here, but I'm talking about the cloud notes column, which is this one here with, there we go. And now it's, as I speak, it jumps up. So. Not a position to fade or pick a top, in my opinion. Probably more so a good opportunity to pick a pullback and then continuation. We got value area high from yesterday right up here. So that's probably a more likely trade location, but I'm actually gun shy today. It looks like the movement is pretty radical, and I'm gun shy that. And this, excuse me, this would be a breakout. 54 targeting 58. This IB high. The IB is not set yet, of course, and the IB30 can happen, 30 times or 60 times in the second 30 minutes. Whether they're going to be able to take a run at that IB at the high, that's another question. So far, I would say they probably will. Interestingly enough, however, this is yesterday's price action, and you see the migrating POC, this yellow line, and then it pulls back, and look, we've traded exactly to that high POC level. Now, are they going to get up here and take out the value area high, which is right here? Right there. Or is it going to exhaust, the squeeze be done, and then the bottom fall out? Right now, there's a whole lot of light volume from this value area high up here, pretty toppy, probably. And I guess I am over cautious to not succumb to FOMO or late to the party syndrome or whatever you want to call it. FOMO, fear of missing out. There was a great move up off the test from the POC, which I don't normally ever trade POC out. And it was not a POC migration up. It was a POC migration down. So there you have that. So there it is. Obviously, today, there should be no question in my mind. What is the context? Well, let's see. Straight up, it's actually a trend day. And if you want to be technical about a trend day, there is no value, because what the trend definition says is that price is seeking value. So there is no agreed value. So these value areas are probably not very valid. What you see on the Bookmap chart are the previous session values. These would be called developing value area, high or low. So looks like the squeeze continues to me. Another IB30. Going into that value area high. Obviously, the idea here is to have been in long before this and be scaled and out. This is not the time to interact, in my opinion. Right now, the market still hasn't set the IB, and there's a lot of jockeying going on. The first hour being the referred to as the initial balance, because that's where the majority of the volume trades out. People come into work with a lot of business to do. I'm getting pretty tired of just talking about this and not actually taking advantage of these trades. I got to figure out what the hell is wrong. Obviously, a psychological problem. I think when I review the trade, it seems like the understanding and the recognition is there. It's the initiating the trades based on that. I'll have to review. It's Friday, the 5th of January, 2024. Wow. So there we go. There's some absorption in the bomber, taking out, 4 or 5 levels of contracts there in a big hurry. 1,747 iceberg stops go off right there. Iceberg sell orders. And now do we enter the reverse squeeze? I think I'll throw on the Be Right Back and go fill up the water bottle. And so, looks to me like down we go now. That's figures. There's that IB high, which is not set yet, of course. It's only the IB30. I don't know how many times that thing got taken out. Several. How many people here have betted in order to data set? There can be no variable question. I'm really afraid that people here have at least 50 instances where up payroll. Maybe I understand statistics wrong. Well, there certainly is a pile of liquidity living down here all of a sudden. Wow. And that's kind of funny because that's a very low volume area. Or low volume node, if you want to call it that. But on the MC, it's a high volume node here on my MC. And quite a big pile of liquidity down there. And RMT trading would have found this an obvious entry point. Yeah, several people out. There's some notable trading that occurs a majority of the time called mean reversion or asymmetrical trading, where it's outside in, but okay, so there's where's in. There's no, you have to look at a micro composite to see that this would be the midpoint, the mean, and you pick a top to short to trade down here. So there's people posting that they're doing that and have done that and how easy that was. To me, that looks like I find that questionable, actually. I find that questionable. I don't see any real line in the sand. This, when we got up here, this value, this liquidity had pulled, obviously, so that would suggest it could go higher. There's nothing from before. 830 is way over here. This is that second number. Yeah, I find it disappointing that I'm either stupid and don't see these things or react to them properly, or these people are just BS and then skewing my thoughts, actually, because I'm questioning, well, did I really miss that? Am I really that stupid? Context is up for the day so far, obviously. Now, nothing here either, except I guess you could say this naked volume point of control, which was taken out. Or is this another mean reversion area where we're down here to the low and up we go? I don't know. I think a lot of this gets made up after the fact. A lot of RMT going on, I'm afraid. And I would be satisfied with a couple of decent trades and adios amigo. I do have to figure out, I will, Bookmap has a real nice function. If you set it up ahead of the game, of course, it records all of the action, all of the indicators, all of the movement, any orders, and all that stuff. And I turn it off. I shut Bookmap down every day after 1600 after the close, and then open it up again at 1700 or just before. So I have each day's trade from 1700 at night through 1600 the next day. So both sessions recorded each day with trades or without, depending on what I did. So it makes it real handy to go back and review or and you can trade. The only thing you can't do on a replay is trade with multi-brackets, which is kind of dangerous because you have to set, in order to trade a 2-lot where you can separate stops and targets, you have to enter a 1-lot, 2 1-lots set up the same way. So for example, my multi-bracket is set up with a 12 tick stop. The first target is at 12 ticks positive, which is the risk neutral scale. And then the second is 24 ticks. So I have to set up 2 1-lot brackets with 12 and 12, 12 stop and 12 target, and then immediately move the second target out when I'm doing replay because the multi-brackets doesn't work. Now, the only problem with that is if you're prone to muscle memory stuff like I am. I more than once I've been in real time live action with the multi brackets on, and then I'll double click because you have to double click real fast in order to get those replay single orders at the same spot, right? So I will, more than once I've entered, been sitting there looking at a 4-lot rather than a 2-lot because I've double clicked on the multi bracket function. So that's a caveat to be, or a warning for anybody that's doing that. Otherwise, the thing trades exactly as it does now. So you can get good practice over the weekend or review trades or, and what I will do, what I normally do on the weekends is listen to Tom's streams, for example, and also go along on a replay. You can't do that with a stream, of course, because it's, the stream is set. But I do the replay on the weekends frequently. And I'll definitely do that now to see if I was just asleep at the wheel, overcautious, or what's going on psychologically, why I haven't taken any trades today. And if you look back, with the RTM trading, it's pretty, or RMT, rear view mirror trading. It's quite clear that we're in an up context, and there's been a couple of pullbacks and tests that should have been, and according to people who are posting all over the place in the T-Lab, etc., a lot of people made a lot of money today. So good for them. I wish I knew why I was too cautious lately. And the point of this narration, again, is for my own benefit. This is my journal. So I need to narrate in order to understand what I was thinking at the time. Video, of course, I can see what I was seeing at the time, but in order to understand what or to review, or to, whatever you want to call it, my thinking, I have to constantly narrate, which Tom is always preaching people should do. If then, then that. If not, then what? That's his deal. So here we go, a narration. If this, we test the value area high, and we got 36 stops out. We came back up and tested. We only took 3 out. That can signal exhaustion. Then lower down to say 47-ish, maybe. Well, okay. That's, I guess, how it works. I don't do it quite like that. I try to just keep an ongoing dialogue about what I'm seeing. These peaks like this in the middle of no place don't have a trigger or aren't a setup as far as I'm concerned. Where is this? Well, if you roll over here now, it's where these tests happened, but that's no place that I can see. It's no level or line in the sand or anything else. Okay, the IB is now set. It's 9:30. So the stat says that either the IB high or the IB low, which is way down at 26, are taken out in the regular trading session at some point. Could be 1 second before the close or 1 second from now. Doesn't, that's not part of the stat. And in this configuration, assuming that we opened lower out of range, that's 90, high 90s percentage, very high 90s percentage that that's the case. If you look at the context of the day, one would assume that it's going to be the IB high. I suppose the probability or the probability of it being the IB high rather than the IB low is much greater. So does one consider that this is a mean reversion entry? It's pretty blocky, not much, didn't quite get into this area down here. But if you consider these as mean reversion trades from here up, you have to just imagine that this area right in here, one of these two, is 58, 54, 61. This is actually the area that's the micro composite high volume node, because it's right here. This would be in this area. This would be the VPOC. It's 60, whatever it is. 65.11. And it seems like a good trade. There's 47 to 53, 6 handles. And it could well trade up to this, take out this IB high again, and put the and that's we may be entering that mean reversion area now. So far, so good. I mean, it's paid off. Well, once down, once up, not as high, but up, down, and now we're up here again. So those are almost 10 handles, swings. I think you could probably, let me see something here, if you can adjust. This is the chart volume profile. Yeah, and here comes the VPOC. You see, migration up. Ooh, I'm a smart guy. Boom. Now we do have the mean, and that's a VPOC migration north. So is that an entry? That's a structured trade. That's a structured what do you call it? T-lab trade. And I can't count the number of times I've been burned on that thing. Why I'm not taking it, and why I've spent the last couple of 3 days working diligently on making sure that the journals, both my physical Excel journal, the local, and my journalytics are really in sync and up to date. I got to get these numbers. So many people talk about this VPOC migration as a positive trade. So here we are, it migrated at 53 quarter. If you took it the second it migrated, you might get in at 53 half. 2.5 points so far, not a scale. Now we come back to that migration at 53 half. And the stop would be 51 half. The stop would be right about here. So let's see what happens. I wish it were. I wish it worked out well for me, but you know. But so far, maybe I'm just oversensitive to stopping rather than the winning, which is kind of counterintuitive to most traders. They block out the losses and only focus on the wins or the positive outcomes. I don't like winning and losing. That sounds too much like a game of chance or whatever. So far, the VPOC migration is still holding. It would not have been stopped out yet. A couple of entries could have been here, retest to here. I'm not seeing the exhaustion. Well, there's 23, but that's up here. 7 is over in here. Yeah. And here we go again. Okay, awfully close here. So stopped out. So that would have been a stop. So another one that hasn't worked out, in my opinion. And not scaled. That would have been a full stop. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that thing. And again, so one of the things that I'm going to start being super interested to track, but I have to figure out how, because it might have to be an IRT statistic rather than an actual trade. When the full session VPOC migrates and up and aligns with the current session, that seems to be impactful on trade. Like they were dorking around here, down, got it back, and then it trades up, then they test and go up. Now, that's still only 4 handle. So it's not, to the moon, Alice, but better than the... Oh. So not quite a stop. It would have been stopped right here at 50 quarter. Oops, 50 quarter. If we'd entered smack on. Now it's going to get some legs after the migration of the full session VPOC, I believe. And we're at value area high. The IB stat is lurking just up here at 60. So that's right at the developing value area high. The trade now would be a breakout, so not a high probability. A retest of the VPOC might indicate higher ground, but it's late for the VPOC migration. That would have been at this point, taken this F VPOC migration trade in here someplace, or this retest would have been even better yet. The trade would be scaled. So right now it would be a risk neutral situation. That's the problem with getting in now. You've got to get to target from 56 to just below your target of the IB high just to scale. So that's not particularly high probability, I don't think. And here we go. Need to remember that the VPOC, which is this one for the current session, and coincidentally this one for the full session. Let me change my screen so you can see my mouse. So this bright one is for the full session. And this darker shade is for the the current session. And the darker shade is for the full session, which started at 1700 last night. They are both aligned right here. That means that since 1700 last night, this is now the point that has traded the most volume. In other words, people found this the fairest price or retail, and there's been more trade on either, back and forth and up and down and back and forth and up and down. Okay. So that's a real, except in the case of the VPOC migration trade, it's like poison to stay away from putting on a trade around the VPOCs, in my opinion. That's a classic no-no in market profile. Diddle in the middle, and that is the middle in volume profile terms. It's not the middle of the range, which is way down here. That's the middle of the total range, and this is VPOC of the current session. So, we're a long ways away from both of those. And I'll go back to the application. Some liquidity coming in to put the lid on the pot at 57, 56.75-ish. And now we have the POCs migrate north again. Yeah. So that was the price check at L3. What was that? Is it still too low? I don't know. And when, there it is. IRT just updated. Well, that little test to the VPOC here with one stop could suggest exhaustion. So assuming I was quick enough to get in at 50.5, 55.5, it hasn't quite got 2 points on. Got to get up here to 57, 58.5 to scale, or risk neutral scale. And getting there, but not quite yet. So there's the risk neutral scale. Now the IB high and which is coincidentally the developing value area high, is probably next up for that IB stat. The test here, 33 out, and then nothing really happened over here. Yeah. I'd say price check at aisle 3, I guess, and buyer stepped in. So that would have been a location to get back into it. However, once again, we have not gotten too far past the previous value area high. Certainly didn't get the stat. And in my opinion, these are not valid entry points. Down here was probably the last one to check at this VPOC. Once again, out of the trade of 5 points, looking at the IB high, which is going to come through here, I would guess, imminently. So pretty. Got 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Been in the market not quite an hour and a half yet. Had a couple of big numbers. And yeah, we're looking like something might happen. And this is a spot where a lot of breakout traders are getting all juiced up. And it's a really good spot to get your ass handed to you. If they do break through developing value area high and the IB, then that means they've eaten through this liquidity or it's pulled. And the pop would probably be around 62 and could continue straight on up. But that's a real low probability when you've got to get over a target for your scale. That's not enough meat on the bone. Down here was the entry. You could conservatively say that this test was another entry. So that would have been about, say, 55 half, 58 half, just scaled. They're just risk neutral by a little bit, by, 2 ticks. But that's a big difference. The problem with that is, of course, you're trading from the center out. You're not trading from the outside in. The real trade is from the outside, scale ahead of the POC to the in for the mean reversion trading, outside to the mean. You're scaled, you're neutral, and then above that is gravy. Well, What's the thing you do to see your text again? Control something or another. Oh, that wasn't it. Oh, and here was another test to the VPOC while I was busy trying to type something. So that's even extra stupid. That's 50 quarter, not at scale yet. And for my money, it's too close to the bone. You're barely scaled risk neutral to the proximity of the targets, which is not a good bet. I don't think that's a sound strategy. You got 55 quarter to 59, just barely 4 points to the high of the day, developing value area high, the IB high, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's disappointing. Interesting to see the pop, though. There we go. Just testing the hell out of that 60 level. Is pretty solid line in the sand so far. And in the RMT analysis, rear view mirror trading, it's pretty obvious that, I mean, it looks so obvious to have just gone along anywhere, and had basically no heat, and be looking at these highs, be scaled and sitting back, drinking coffee, whatever. It's really a strange phenomenon, or strange feeling. It's not a phenomenon. It's a strange feeling. Why? I sometimes wonder if my Bookmap or the Bookmap is, I've got it wound in too tight. For example, would that be an easier, more conscious trade to take? A way to trade the market than in tight. This is basically a point. And here we come back down to the VPOC again, you see? So that's, well, there's the migration, and there's a test, and this could be a second test. Now, how many times can you drink at the well? And now we had a VPOC migration up, which I wasn't busy looking for. Stupid crap. But that doesn't make sense. Oh, no, we didn't. That's just this one here, because that's the benefit of having these flagged. So here we are at 55. Well, that would be 5 points up. Now, the next question is, are we going to look at a VPOC or a IBF? Ooh, and we trade up, we come up again. I'm about half tempted to just throw this thing on and throw caution to the wind here. But this is definitely, see, this has to come back down here in order to get enough legs to be viable. Now it's only 4 points to the stat. And are they going to sell the damn thing off and come down here and test this one? Or this one? That's what I don't know. Nor does anyone, I guess. I could put a trade on here and see what I think, but it's been struggling pretty hard to get the developing value area high. The POC's up there. NQ is not cooperating very much. And here they come back to test this one. Oh, look at there. Look at there. Wow, that was a... Now, is that a price check at somewhere and they're going to go back up? Or is that just we give up and we're going back down? That's what I don't know. Is that like an IB failure? I don't know. That sweep was down in here. That could be considered a mean reversion. I'm about half tempted to put that on, actually. Obviously, the entry was down at 51. If anybody was fast enough to hit that, you're safe. Now we're testing this one, and it's too high. So we're going to look lower. I guess. They may need to pull back down here to reload the boat, I would guess. And the VPOC migration back down again. So do you short it? You know, do you call that a top and short it when the context of the entire day is up? I don't think so. 55 long at that spot. NQ brought just migrated the VPOC up, but it's not making any higher ground really. And maybe this is an IBF, but the IB has not been taken. So I think it has to be, if I remember the specifics of the statistic correctly. This is not an IBF setup because the IB was not taken. That's over here. We have to trade up through it and then pull back down under it, test up to it, and then fall off to get an IBF, if I'm not wrong. And I'll be right back. So, water and whatever. And of course, I go away, and there's the IB stat. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So there's the IB stat, just barely. Funny. I step away from the keyboard for just a minute. Right here, actually. There you go. After discussing, is this a long, is this a good mean reversion spot? Now the liquidity has been used up here or lifted or burned out. I can't imagine that it was such a small number that 53 icebergs and 9 stops burned it out, but you never know, yes. And they come back in with another 180. So really disappointing. 55 to 60. There was 5 points, easily scaled, easily risk neutral. And then just put on your helmet and wait and see if they can get higher ground, as opposed to taking them all off at the IB high. That's one disadvantage with only a 2-lot or a 2-lot package and only trading one package. You take a scale, you only got one left. So there can't be a lot of room for creativity with take the scale, take one off at the first target, and then have a runner, for example. That would require 6, or that would require, you couldn't do that with a risk neutral. You'd have to do that with 4, because risk neutral requires even numbers. You've got to have that first scale pay for the runner. So in the case of, you couldn't trade a 3-lot, for example, under these parameters. And I'm not trading a 4-lot at this moment. That's a quick way to build your account or go broke in a big hurry. So you go. Well, they are knocking on this MCV VPOC, high volume node, the previous RTH high. They've taken out the IB stat, but not much more than that. If I'm not mistaken, now we'll have to trade up through this, perhaps hit that liquidity, and then pull back for the IB failure to come into play. But the IB failure requires a rotational day, or leans for a rotational day, which we don't have at this moment. It's trying to be rotational the last few minutes here. I'll show you what I mean by that on It's Easier on the Rinko, I believe. Here's today. Opening drive. Now we've sort of been rotational up here, but it's higher highs and higher lows, so not really rotational. That means, as far as I understand the stat, that the IB failure is more or less off the table. And of course, the minute I say that, the minute I say that, just like going to the water bottle refill station, boom, I said, I'll be right back here. And there was our IB stat. And I'm busy talking about the IB failure. And there was one tick above it. And then we go to the POC. So, there's 10 points because of lack of focus and concentration in the last 10 minutes. That's not very, very admirable. That's the wrong word, but anyway. Yeah, and here we go with the IB failure. Down she goes. And if it gets past about 50-ish, 51 or 2-ish, then that's a previous line in the sand. Oh, well, that was quick. That didn't take long to do that, did it? What the hell happened to the book? My. I'm just entirely too hesitant for whatever reason now. I don't know why exactly, but I'd have been all over that IBF previously. My preference is short, actually. I have to kind of make an extra effort to go long. And generally, and this is kind of symptomatic of that. There's all this fighting to get 5 points. And in the blink of an eye, got heading for 20 points to the short side. So, yeah. Quite disappointing there that I missed that damn thing. Wow. I wonder if that's got something to do with news. Now we're at the VWAP. And if you want to think about the trade, it's VWAP to VPOC. After that big sell-off on the IB, I would be pretty hesitant to go long, even though that's considered a structured trade. And, pretty quick there's going to be a scale. So, or not. If you got in around here at, say, 48, you got to get out at 51, 52. So if it makes it up to here, you're scaled. If not, you're sucking wind. What's his? Oh, VWAP. Okay. No, what? That'd be VAP. So I suppose, I don't know what I suppose, actually. I suppose I am not doing very good at this lately. Just too hesitant, I guess. I think it might have more to do with the fact that I'm trying to focus on the longer game, the scale, and the T2 with a minimum, 3-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 minimum, to get, I've, in looking at the stats, I've noticed or become aware that the win rate's pretty much useless. It's the average winner compared to the average loser that really makes the stats pop out and build your account to boot. Now, this would be one that I would be likely to hit into short with all that liquidity down there at the mid, 48 to 45. The short would have been up here, of course, because down here is, I guess you could call that a breakout. Big low volume node in today's trade right here. And conversely, it's a high volume node on the MC. And now we're putting in a zipper from the looks of it. So they've slapped everybody around real hard. Now we're going to throw a zipper over here. Precisely at these levels. uh, 51.48. So there's the scale. That would have probably been the good one for me. Not a lot of room past the scale, however. Just another 2 points. But there's a lot of liquidity down there in a big low volume area. If they break through that and get into the lower distributions, then it's a lot of downside. A lot of downside. 50. Get it up around 50. Let's see here. A couple thousand contracts. 1,500 contracts to get a VPOC migration lower. This is 10.6 and this is 9.6, I think. Maybe it's 8.6, whatever. Hard for me to tell. I got to change the color on those. It's hard for me to see. It's 8.6. There we are. And now we get into a tight consolidation. And what are they going to do? Looks like they're going to take down the. It looks like they're going to take out the VWAP. What the hell is that? 45? Wow. That was the, naked volume point of control. That's exactly right. That's yesterday's VPOC. That's yesterday's this. And we've come across everything above everything else. Not a good spot here. This is a breakout, which is too bad because it's going to go. just second guessing the trigger. Well, that's over here though, so it doesn't really matter. Well, they're going to come across that low volume area now, which is the high volume node in the micro composite and the previous VPOC. Bummer. I have to get this to a different level soon. And I'm sort of disappointed as to why it is not already. Stop right here. So they can't get through that low volume current session or the high volume node in the previous in VPOC. And the NQ bounced off as well. So we'll see what this guy has to say. If I actually got this thing recording on time, looks like I did. Then I need to go here and kill the volume. Nope. So what are we going to do, boys and girls? We're going to drop down through that thing? Shall I short it and just be a big brave guy or a bored guy? I smell breakfast cooking too. That's kind of that's a problem. Yeah, I'm going to continue the stream. I'll step away, which means it'll break down and head for the value area low, even though I'm not sure there's a value area today. At least the lower distribution. And yeah, this doesn't look like any kind of a the short off the IB failure. Would it be more my type or style of trade. This is just awfully close to the liquidity. It's hitting a lot of times. There's a big low volume area there. There's a high volume node from the micro composite. There was a stat here from overnight, and there is the naked volume point of control from yesterday. So there's a whole lot of crap happening right there. I'll take a little cruise around here and see what's up in the casa. Well, what are they going to do? A bunch of tests at 7.5. That's a pretty dicey looking arrangement right there. I guess it's wishful thinking. The damn thing's going to fall out of bed, but in reality, that's only a point, right? So where's your scale? Let's say 48 in. That's 45. There's a scale for risk neutral. Right into all that liquidity, which is an obstacle, right? And as a result, that's not a high probability trade. The higher probability trade in this context today, with basically up and two separate distributions, would be a mean reversion from down here higher. That's doesn't even hard for me to even say, let alone think about taking. My big problem, I guess, or my weakness was not recognizing the IB high failure, which was also outside in mean reversion, and then trading that, and now I'd be sitting on 15 points and all proud of myself. This looks like they may be going to take it now. The what do you call it? The NQ is checking down there again. There we go. So there's just 2 points. Still not risk neutral. So I'm not upset about not taking this trade at this point. And I'm sure that I'll go have some breakfast and come back, and the damn thing will be down at the price check at aisle 3 at around 47.36-ish. I suppose. But to short it now is a breakout and stupidity, so I'm not going to do that. I will leave it to the be right back and see if I can get some blood sugar up with a little breakfast. Oh, well, yeah, that makes perfect sense. So here we go. Straight down. Oh, yeah. 5 points off that VWAP. I don't seem to be able to get my shit together here. And the developing value area low now. What does that mean? We still have a rather large VPOC and the migrating VPOC down below. And quite a, it's almost uncanny how I stand here and stand here and stand here and then go to do something, go to the restroom, fill my water bottle, whatever. Exactly the move I was looking for happened. I guess it's got to turn up the focus. I guess. So we kicked into some icebergs down there. We're back up here now to the out of that today's low volume area, which up to this micro composite. VWAP is still living up here. There's no possibility for a VPOC shift anytime soon. Going to take 3,000 more contracts to bring it down here. The low volume node and the previous naked volume porting control and a bunch of other crap was living right around here, and we finally broke through that and got traction down. And now let's see what's going to happen, I guess. And yeah, I don't know what to say. The further these things progress, the longer the morning becomes. Now, coming up on 8 minutes to the top of the hour, 11 Central Standard. 2.5 hours open. You know, it sort of becomes more. I don't know how to put it. It's like, okay, let's put on a trade already. You know, I guess that's impatience. Couple of super opportunities missed this morning. Obviously, I guess the first one, which is RMT trading, for sure. Pick a spot and go long. And you're looking at roughly 20 handles, 25 handles. And again, test of the IB. And I think actually this was the IB high, I believe. Oh, no, I guess it was over here. Anyway, and then down we go past VWAP and lower to this low volume area. So for me, who was inclined to be short, this would have been the bigger lost opportunity. This one would have been a lost opportunity in effect, but it would have been a risk neutral scale. And that this was going against this VPOC migration up. This is a VPOC migration down. Then it went up, you know. I don't know. I think I got to stop listening to what everybody else says and everywhere, including the stream, the TLAP, and sort of just trade my own thing and keep maybe even stop reading it. I keep thinking that looking there is going to give me some insight, and there's some There are some nice comments from time to time, but sometimes I'm not sure if it's helpful to me. Tom's streams and comments are always good, but some of the periphery may not be so much, not harmful or ridiculous, but maybe unrealistic for the way I look at the market and trade. I'm sure there's some of these guys, some of them were talking about, well, less than a minute and a half, 2 minutes in there, and well, I've got two scales off and I'm sitting on a runner or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, that's pretty cool. But wow. I didn't see a vetted trade. I didn't see a target. I didn't see a trigger. I saw targets. Didn't see a vetted trade. Structured trade set up. Didn't see any triggers. And I guess that's me, my problem. So that's what I mean by maybe isn't most beneficial to read all that kind of stuff. Just filter out Tom and a couple other people, maybe. I have to look. I don't know. It's just a random thought as I stand here. That's anything I've thought about extensively, but I just, I don't know. Yeah. So there we are, 45, 43. If we break under that mid now, this obviously, I guess I should point out, is the mid. So this is exactly halfway in the range today. And the developing value area low is just here below that. So value is higher, migrated higher. That would say context is up. We've got, here we go back down to these 39s and the value area low stuff again, perhaps. Ooh, there was some absorption, 223 iceberg, sell. Okay. Quickly, oh boy. Holy crap, 30 email. I got to look at this stuff more frequently, I guess. I hadn't opened it yet today. Wow. Lots of, lot of traffic here. But most of it is not got to do with me. Oh, okay. And now what are we doing here? We tested that mid. And this is kind of a typical retail deal. They sell the mid when approached from below. Kind of the same as the VWAP here when approached from below. That was probably the ideal trade, except it had not had a particularly good history of that up until then. And I'm about half ready to just throw in a short and say, hell with it and go take a nap. So, 11 o'clock, 2.5 hours in. I think we're kind of at a low point here. We're at the, sorry. We're at the right back down here at the low, developing low value area, where we had sort of topped out for the first damn near hour, or damn near half hour anyway. There was the IB30, and then took off for points north. Till about here. Oops. Till about, and the IB30 was up in here. So, yeah. My trepidation here is we tested down just below developing value area low and ahead of this liquidity and bounce again, bounce a little bit lower. What are we going to do here? And this is just a poor entry location for anything, even if you're targeting these lower values below liquidity. That's into new ground. And it looks like we may be going to go there, but still, that's kind of breakout trading to the low side there. I don't think that's a particularly good idea. And as a result, I don't think I'll participate, and I'll just be maximum disturbed that I didn't. Of course, the idea are these highs. The best trade, not to recoup old soup, is these this IB stat up here, and then the mean reversion of the IB failure all the way down to there. So 20 points, right on the money. As opposed to struggling around to get 3 points or, netting out 5 points. That's just, I have to figure out a way to look at the bigger picture and not the scalpy mentality kind of thing. And yet be able to recognize a significant move once it at the early stages. Like what's going to happen here now? Are we going to drop down to the, yep, we already did. The lower levels through that liquidity. So, mid down was pretty snappy trade. And this reverse squeeze we got going on here now, is that going to go someplace? Who the hell knows? Back down to the previous close. Look at that thing falling out of bed. And the NQ's leading the way. My initial reaction is just to jump on a short and bring it up tight, but that's it's not any way a structured trade or anything that I could have vetted. That is just betting. That's gambling that it's going to continue down. And so I'm not going to do it. And from the looks of it, it was a good idea. We're bouncing at the close. Could kind of make a case for this being a pullback and then a sell-off, continuing sell-off. That would have been scaled. I'd say these are pretty much stops from all of these earlier levels. but it's not outside the range of possibility. We're going to go down and take that IB low, which is just below us. That's another neutral day, but the possibilities or the probability of that is really low. After, I think this would be the third in a row. That's a very low possibility, and looks like we're going to see that very low possibility happen. There's a pullback and a sell-off. There's a pullback and a sell-off. You know, wow. I'd say they're squeezing out some longs, I guess. And the MC low coming up here again. Is this a pullback and looking for more of a sell-off? That's the last. No, it's not. There's one more migrating VPOC right here. We tagged every one of them and pretty much pulled back at them. If you stop, look at that. Okay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Pretty disappointing. In myself, disappointed in myself. I mean, what do you want? You know, especially this up here. I'm all about shorting, and that was a IB failure. Talk about asymmetrical trade. You could have put a stop a tick above that, and away you go. That's pretty disappointing. And here we are testing up below a migrated VPOC. So let's see if we can see where that one went. Yeah, right here. It's a pretty big one. And now going to sell off again down below here to some of these boys down the way, I guess. Or not. The close, yesterday's close and settle are typically fairly defined lines in the sand by the higher time frame. This is a perfect example right here, just barely through settle and then back up, testing down to the essentially the yesterday's close, back up. Makes me kind of wonder. They might have got as much downside as they felt like they needed. Basically taken out all of the morning longs so far, except a handful of them. Early adapters in that real early consolidation. Huh. Yeah. I'd say we're pretty low and in a pretty quite congested area for me to feel comfortable about a trade, even though we are testing up to this. Is it too high? Was it too low? Too high, too low? That story. This is by no, doesn't really, well, there is a low volume node there. Are we trading down to here in the microstructure? This thing here, basically, this microstructure, which is 6 handles. Again, it's frustrating to be standing here still thinking about analyzing about taking a trade with 5 or 6 handles after just witnessing basically 50 handles, 20 or 25 up and the same amount down. So I got to zoom out and get a bigger picture point of view. And I'm not sure why that's developed recently. Who knows? Maybe it's not enough sleep or something. I don't know. They're kind of grinding their way back up to that congested area of the ETH low and the blowback something or other. VWAP. That's right. Here, this purple stat right there, the blowback VWAP. There we are. And of course, the price check at aisle 3. NQ is testing the value area low for the day so far. We're a ways off of that here. I don't know just where that went, actually. 39.5. That'd be right here. Developing value area low should be right there. What is it? There we go. A little too close to the bottom, I think, for any kind of a short trade, in my opinion. And, it'll probably just go down there and hit the IB low and keep going. But if it does so, good for whoever's on the trade, but it'll be so without me. And so there's about 3 and change. Risk neutral now. Would be risk neutral at this point. And let's see if we get lower and it takes out that IB low. That's a pretty rare stat. 3 neutral days in a row. We've had 2.
Uh, uh, uh. The hell is 12? So how are there? Oh, okay. I got it. And there's, I guess, reinforcement for why I didn't think that was a good idea. And we test down again to settlement. Busy sending an email on another machine there. Well, my keyboard wasn't slapping and banging. I didn't think to mute. Anyway, I use the really old Microsoft ergonomic keyboards. I can't type on a regular one and forget anything on an Apple keyboard. My fingers just don't fit. Right at that previous low, which was yesterday's settlement, and today's open, and IB low is just below, and boom, boom, boom. A lot of stuff. I guess the short was that developing value area low. Looks like they're going to break it low now. And the MC low is just down here at 675 maybe. So let's see, what does it say? 27. So that that could open up a huge can of worms in the short department, in the stops department. Well, it could be a lot of fuel down here. I'm on the wrong side of the trade to try to take it, though. Oh, boy. Boy. Settlement, low, settlement. Frustrating. Frustrating. And we're heading into the lunch hour, which I typically have found not to be particularly. Oh, this is just irritating. The NQ, who typically leads the way in these cases. There we go. Oh, now they're pulling it down towards that MC low where I would, and the IB low for the all-time low probability of another 3 neutral days in a row or something like that. I would assume there we go. There we have it. Kind of surprising though, there wasn't any more stops down there. That's actually pretty. None under that's below the lowest point of the day so far. And also, also yesterday. So, wow. That's pretty surprising. There wasn't about 9 zillion stops under that thing. To me, I can't find my mouse here now. I mean, this is yesterday. There's the low. This is today, and there's the low, and it was just taken out, and nothing happened. And that is there's the day before, yesterday, today, and that's the bottom of the micro composite. So all of these dorks that were long, now most of these longs got shook out here and here, and these guys got shaken out here, I guess you could say. So it's conceivable there's not a lot of fuel down there, but wow, pretty strange, pretty amazing. Not convincing enough for me to hit into it, especially at this point where we're having consistent tests here, I guess. Like I said before, up here or here was the good idea. Tests up to the VPOC or the MVPOC and settlement. Okay. Maybe. Pretty surprising, though, that not any of those stops were there. One was, he's busy talking about this over here, and Tom's doing his stream on the Trader's Lab. Most of the time, he's looking at the the previous hours of the day. Sometimes finally gets around to real time, which has just happened now. After he's been going about an hour, he goes from 10:30 to 12 Central Standard Time, and it's now 11:34. So he has now gotten back to real time. Forgot what I was thinking about everything. and it's going to keep tested down here. Will it, I'll be just amazed if there's not a pile of stops down there to at least get it down around 23. Now, if they want to really irritate me, they can take it all the way back up to the top. That would be just magical. Up, down, and back up. So 60 to 27, 30. So 30 handles. So there's about 60 handles both directions, of course. I for one, have never taken a whole move out of a day. And I would really question anybody that said they had. I can do it. Give me a couple hours tonight after the market closes, and I got this thing on replay, and I'll get them all. But that may not be the point. That may not be the point. Sure, holding in there low. Now there is some quite. There's a very low stat that both the high B low and the high IB high and IB low are taken out in a day, which makes what is called a neutral day. If they don't do some, neutral extreme or whatever, where it goes, some crazy direction one way or the other. Anyway, and there's an even more remote possibility that more than 3 and more than 2 of neutral days in a row occur. And we have just now had 3. Today makes 3. What does that mean? Does it mean now that it's going to revert back in and trade around because it's not going to get crazy in one direction? I have no idea, nor do I know that exact stat. I hear it brandished about often, but I'm not sure what it means. Or, I know that stat is, and I believe that that's a correct stat, but what significance it has as far as trade after the fact, I don't know. So we've tested back up here to the 33 area, which is someplace. Somebody threw some liquidity in 34 there. I guess we could call that the yesterday's close. And now they're going to come back down and test something, settlement perhaps. Don't know. At this point, I really don't know, and I'm not going to get crazy, I don't think. Okay, so does this mean that the unusual statistic of a normal day is not going to be extended? I have no clue. In hindsight, I guess, in view of that statistic, either of these areas here, or I guess any of them, I guess there's basically three, where we actually, there's only one where we actually achieve the statistic, would have been the ideal higher probability asymmetrical trade location, because you could put a long on here and literally put a stop a tick below it. You know, if it goes any further than the low of the day, you, in your opinion, you're wrong, and then write it out. So that would have been 26.31, you know, it's 5 points, 6 points, well mean reversion or risk neutral, and then see where the hell it goes after that. But again, it's RMT, you know. And yeah, that's an idea that didn't occur to me on the spot, and that's really bad. And I'm not sure if that's a function of my preference to short, thinking just without thinking this is going to go lower, rather than accurately assessing the situation. Okay, we've just achieved a very low statistic, and I don't know. I guess that's part of the problem, is I don't really know the statistics. Like, what's the difference between risk neutral, a neutral day, which we have just accomplished, and a neutral extreme, you know, going considerably past the low here, the IB low. But I don't know that. But as I just articulated, my obvious thought process should have been, okay, we've achieved a neutral day. This is the third in a row, extremely low. So go long. Very, very tight. Could be a very tight stop. Asymmetrical for sure. Risk, you know, a point or half a point, for Christ's sake, 2 ticks. And mean revert back to wherever the hell it is. Where Jesus, where is it? 50. The POC's at 55. So, 20 points above us, 21 points above us, 22 points above where we are right now. Almost 30 points above the entry, just to the POC, just to the mean. And then the mid is up here. That's another possibility for a target above all of this liquidity that was taken out previously. So yeah, that was a real bad. That's something I really have to work on. Analyzing the bigger picture, keeping all the statistics like that in mind. Extremely low probability. We've taken, putting in a neutral day, the third neutral day in a row, very low probability. So what's the object? What would be the obvious thought? And that would be to trade back the other way with an asymmetrical trade. I've got to get my head around, stop thinking about this picking tops and bottoms, these old adages, and think of this as an asymmetrical trade. Think of them as asymmetrical trades, because in order to do a mean reversion, you've got to pick a top and a bottom, essentially. May not be the top and the bottom of the day, but it certainly is for the trading distribution that you're working in the time frame, or the fractal, or whatever the hell you want to call it. So that is my next thing to work on. And if you want to be micromanaging about it, to take it further, here's that spot, mean reversion up. Of course, this can be changed dramatically by how the chart is scaled. So the way to look at it is on this session chart, or session volume profile. So mean reversion back to low volume area, and that's pretty much exactly what the hell we've done in this micro composite or microstructure, fractal, or whatever, micro distribution, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. Another thing I noticed in the analysis of my trade journals and stuff the last couple of days, a real close analysis. I keep them up every day, but I really started looking at stuff because I've got to get some, I realize I've got to get some stats out that I just trade mechanically. Or setups, let's say, that have been properly vetted, that have a known statistical edge, and trade them pretty much mechanically within the parameters that they're set for. And that's all part of the process of determining the statistical edge. So, and then after that is the business of trading, which is once you've established that and the parameters and the criteria for that setup, you take every damn one of them and let that statistical percentage bring the money across and manifest itself in your bank account. Anyway, in the course of studying that stuff, and I will do some more this weekend, of course, I realized I've got to take a lot more trades. I'm only, I take like 1 trade, 2 trades a day sometimes. I find that if I get like a stop off the first trade, then I'll end up taking 1 or 2 more until I have got that back to positive, or at least a scratch. Day before yesterday, classic in point, a full stop, a scratch, the second trade, and a risk neutral trade to targets, and ended up the day plus $37. Which is 2.5 ticks, but so I've noticed that. And I think that I have to not force the trades or put some rule out there that I've got to take so many trades a day, but I have to trade much more frequently than I am. And I think that's part of what's happening with my overcautiousness and not, overthinking these entry points and not taking advantage of them. And we've had some pretty quite tradable and, people in the T-Lab, very, very profitable opportunities now that we've gotten through the holiday crap. So that's going to be my focus going forward. That's my New Year's resolution. What do you think about that? Be right back. And it's 10 minutes, 8 minutes to the top of the hour, so I may just stand down over the lunch hour and be back around 1. So I'm not sure what to think here, but we have quite definitely done a mean reversion trade to this low volume area, relatively low volume area here. Not really a particular level in the day. Well, there was a little teeny weeny pop up of the volume VPOC for about 5 seconds. And there was some liquidity here early on, but not down here where we are now. So it's not a particularly well-defined level other than this notch over here. And I'll show you why I don't often want to rely on this chart volume profile for that decision. Here it is now, completely exaggerated. Roll it in here, and what happens? Well, it still somewhat shows the area. Yeah, bad example, I guess. So from here up to here was a good mean reversion. And it would have been even better had I recognized the situation around the statistics of a normal day and that we were at the absolute bottom of our trading range. Now, is this going to be the mean reversion back down? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't really look like it. So, I think coming up on 12 o'clock. Got a real consolidation going on down here at the low, which is just squeaking distance above that initial consolidation on the open. See that? Oops, wrong mouse. See that right here? Here's our open consolidation or zipper. And here we are now. So these lows are pretty much in the center of these this consolidation. There was our test down and the extension of the IB low to neutral, granted just a blink of an eye, but it's still the case. So, yeah. What are we going to do? I'm thinking I'm going to go take a bit of a break here and come back at 1 o'clock. Now it's going to pull down hard to the low area there. And I'll be forever upset that I didn't. There you go. As I sit here talking and not shorting that. Right to the bottom of the consolidation. Got the algo flashing up here, or whoever they are. Somebody flashing liquidity. Hey, we're up here. Quick. Hey, over here. Oh boy. Now they're going to pump that IB low again. Maybe. Looks like so. And so it is. Now where are they going to go? I keep thinking there's going to be a buttload of stops down here under this MC low, but there keeps being zip. This is zip. Or zip for now. There they are. There's some of them. 853 stops got plopped right there. That makes a little more sense. That makes a lot more sense. And again, not to emphasize the obvious, but mean reversion down here through the stops, and that is another 10 points. And we've got the overnight mid and the we still got the overnight VPOC stat living down here at 84.8. That's pretty funny. It's also covered up by the current VWAP, the overnight VWAP, but that is the stat for the overnight VPOC. That's one of the first stats that's usually taken out or satisfied or hit or whatever the hell you want to call it. So they're going to come up under the IB low and continue, or will it be a failure? That's the next question. That's where we are at this point, IBF or IBC. I'm sort of inclined to think it's going to continue in light of the trading environment that we're in. But no sooner than I short, the Fed will come out and say free money or some crap, and then that'll be that. That's not true. I'm a good trader. My problem is lately has become or something, this hesitation. What happened yesterday, actually? That's an interesting point. So yesterday, we extended basically both directions in our neutral. Here was our neutral. It's 10 o'clock, right? So the IB is set. There's a neutral up. I mean, there's the IB stat up. And then later in the day, there's the IB stat down. And it extended down and stayed there. We're now trading back down to that low and below it. We've extended the IB low here. And we extended the IB stat by just a whisker right up here. Third neutral day in a row. And we're now kissing up to the low of that MC and the previous RTH low and the IB low, and how low can you go? And all kinds of lows going on over here. The Lowe's brothers. It's the Blues Brothers. Oh, well, sorry. Close. They're pretty fond of that IB low at this point. What would I think was happening? Well, this is a daily chart. And there you see the last 4 days. And here we are today. We've tested up almost to that MC VPOC. We've broken out the bottom, taken a few stops, and we could close out this up candle for FOMC. This was an old this is an old MC VPOC. It was taken here. What do I think would happen now? Don't know. The idea is not to predict, but to anticipate. Consolidating down here at the bottom, it looks to me like. Yep. I would like to think they take this up a bit, but now I'm at kind of the wrong spot. RTH low, again, would have been a asymmetrical, if they go another stop, you're out kind of deal. They hit into this liquidity, it's off the table. I don't know. I'm still looking at that VPOC and mid down here, so that's still caught my eye. That would mean shorting off of all of these hot tops up here. This to me is not an asymmetrical trade because you've got liquidity above it. This area of consolidation over here, settlement, Actually, the mean reversion's clear up here. So that doesn't strike me as qualified a asymmetrical trade. But it never would be in if you're shorting after you're off the highs. So I guess another word for asymmetrical trade is picking a bottom. And don't forget, we're now down at 25, and if it gets up there to 28, that's the scale, right? That's the risk neutral scale, just above that liquidity. And having said that, it's just the opposite. Had I shorted up there, I'd be risk neutral, looking at the lows, looking for lower. Given the fact that this is the second neutral or third neutral day in a row, and we're down at these lows, I still believe that the asymmetrical idea up and the mean reversion would be the more likely trade, except for the fact that there's this big 84.8 stat living down there a handful of ticks below. That doesn't smell very good. And below that would be the another one, actually. Below that has got to be wherever it went, clear down here at 72 is the ETH low. At the number at the century figure, pretty close to it. So yeah, that's wow. Anybody that got short up higher there and is just riding a wave is looking for good risk reward. That's for sure. And there's no, saying we're going to get down there or win. But 84% of the time, we did touch that when we opened lower and out of range out of 2,003 days. And a lot of times they'll do some random crap over the noon hour. And we're at 12:15 now, so they could very easily pull some random rabbit out of the hat and go down and test those levels. I'm not sure, other than just stops under the low. Anyway, I'm going to put this on the be right back and go have a break. And of course, the market will go to the 84 and on down to 77 probably.
Order submitted.
Just happened to walk back in and saw the big pop. Thought I would try my hand one trip, and we'll see if I was wrong. Okay, where am I here? Probably just late, like usual. Or not. Probably late to that squeeze, but I was thinking I'd catch up here to 40. And if these guys lift off that volume, we'll be able to get up here and get a risk neutral scale. Oops. Let's hope for that. I guess the cat, false alarm. Wow. So the value area low. Is that right? And I guess my charting's okay. Yeah, so I'm going to get stopped from the looks of it. That's just a magical event here. I shouldn't have walked into the office, I guess. So we cover 15 points and can't get another 3. Isn't that just magical? Good God. That's pretty amazing. Pretty darn amazing. And yeah, I just, timing is everything. On the right screen, I'm on the right everything. Yeah, all okay. So the entry was late, yeah, but just past the overnight high. There's one out, one stop off. And let's see what happens now. If that just takes out the one. And you'll see what is, notice this is interesting. With one stop off, you see that the entry and the break even has gone up here. Right. So in order to get break even now on the day, I would need to bring this stop down here to be break even. One tick. They are one tick apart on the bracket. One is at 12 ticks and one is at 13. Pretty crazy. And a 15-point runner. And I was just a couple late to get in for 3 more points. Amazing. I guess that's I guess that's just an impulsive trade. I guess. I don't know. I know it's a pain in the ass trade. I know that much. So the minute, if this in fact gets up through value area low and continues its march higher, what I will do now is take my stop above this liquidity and my T2 target up here a bit.
Order submitted.
And then I would chase that up with my stop to where it's, assuming we get across break even, I'll bring my stop up there right away. But I'm not sure that that's going to happen here. That's just incredible that it got to this liquidity level, which I didn't notice, but, still. After that run, you would think the momentum would carry for 3 more points. But that's just I guess I'll mark this as a FOMO, I guess. Take a shower, shave, walk out, walk into the office, and hit into it. So not a pretty picture. Really amazing, actually. Really quite amazing how the timing can be so wrong. Huh. I mean, really. 3 points. I only had to go 3 little, 12 ticks out of 65 ticks or whatever that is that's come off the bottom. Now, who knows what's going to happen. But I'll just let it sit and cook, let it ferment, as Tom says. I've got this target out, assuming that it can get up to the break-even line. At that point, once it clears that break-even, say clears the mid, I'll bring my stop up to there, trail my stop up to the break-even, and then I'll manage any profit expectation with the one runner that's left, with the one that's left on. Pretty darn crazy. Pretty darn crazy. And why they just got right there and shut it off? I guess it was value area low. I guess they can't get into yesterday's value area, although we've traded all the way across it to the top and back down again. So that didn't make a hell of a lot of sense. That's got to not be it. So we'll see. Time will tell. Get in there, buyers. Hit into that bad boy. Now we need to get some buyers up there. Get through that liquidity, which is at the mid. Oh, Christ, the mid. And then there's the VWAP. And then there's the POC. So if you want to be real technical about it, if they can get across the mid and the VWAP, this trade could go to the POC.
Order submitted.
So let's see if they can do that. And once it gets across this area here, if it get across the mid and the VWAP, I'll bring the stop up to break even, and I won't have any risk on. So that's probably a good thing. Get across VWAP, boys. You got clean sailing up there. Boys and girls, I should say. What is it doing here? Are they loading or what are they doing? Take a runner out of there. What the hell? Why does it got to run for everybody else and not me? That's what I want to know. Goddamn VWAP. Oops, darn VWAP. Every time VWAP approaches, every time the price approaches VWAP from the bottom, the retail bonds jump all over it with a short. I think that started with FT71. Have to remind him I don't like that. Okay, now what are you going to do? Mid and VWAP, up we go. Come on, boys. Let's see if this structured trade works. I'm about ready to kill the damn thing and just call it square here. Pretty strange they can't get it across the bid and the VWAP. And context is up. They were squeezing them, but not anymore, I guess. VWAP is trying to get through that. I mean, NQ is trying to get through their VWAP. But the ES is just struggling. Struggling at the mid and the VWAP. Now, of course, if this were risk neutral, I wouldn't be even worried about it. But now, the longer time goes on, the higher the likelihood, especially when this liquidity has been taken out and nothing happened up above, right? No buyers really stepped in there yet. The next liquidity is at 31%, which is at 45 level. The longer this drags on, the greater the possibility that somebody will hit a bomb in there or a sweep, looking for people trying to get long. I would be mighty pleased if it would go up. Yeah, I don't know. There's 5 minutes. There's a lot of theories out there that if your trade hasn't worked the way you had it planned within a specific period of time, hit out of it because your concept wasn't right. And maybe that's a good idea. I don't know. I'd like to see liquidity come in under that price above my stop, that big black hole, and there's a little bit. Start pushing this up. There we go. Lift that other stuff off. get up above that mid and the VWAP and look for higher ground. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Compulsive trade. I'll mark that down as an error. Mark this down as an error. It's definitely not going to be a risk neutral because the first one is already out. Look at that. Boy, they can't get above that mid if their life depended on it. And I don't see anybody selling it. I don't know what the hell's going on. I guess the sellers aren't, which I think is the higher time frame, aren't lifting off. Lifting up, which is how it works, I believe. Huh. Some buyers hitting in there. There's 100. Iceberg hit in there to buy it. Just don't see any way. I mean, there's not like a lot of liquidity over the top or underneath either one. Why that is just being so stubborn at the mid, I got no clue. But it certainly seems to be the case. Now they got mid out of the way, kind of. Let's see if they can get up to the VWAP and get that piece of crap done. I'm going to get some water. Well, this is pretty much where where it was when I left off. And I don't know what to think here. I don't know whether to scoot the stop up tight so it's a minimal amount of loss or just hit out of it completely. That pile of liquidity up there is not a pretty picture. All of this liquidity that's coming down on top of the under VWAP and mid, that's putting a lid on the pot. Now, if they're going to lift off on that, I don't know. Who knows? If we look at the Renko, it's just a bunch of zippers going on there. I don't know. That's a big, I don't know. It was a poor entry, and so I'll pay the price for that, I guess. I've had 1 or 2 or 3 opportunities to scratch. But I'm thinking that if I'm in the trade and I have a target and I have reasonable idea that we're going to get up to trade this structured trade, which is the mid VWAP POC, that will get someplace. The problem here, big problem here, I think, is the time of day, probably. And that's not good. The POC just dropped down. That's not a good sign there. And that could have been the whole action. was to keep price right there and build that, bring that POC down to 40. Now, will it trade up above it far enough to get out? Usually it'll trade back over that a little bit. In this case, it probably will not. This would be the POC migration trade. It's happened on Bookmap, but it hasn't happened on IRT yet. Yeah, I don't know. Now this looks like a get out of Dodge to me. What did it go to? Well, 10.8, 10.6. All it's got to do is go back up for a price check at aisle 3, and that'll come right back up as quick as it went down. It's 200 contracts. That's about nothing. And very often, that's exactly what will happen. It'll trade across the top of that and back up to price check at aisle 3. There's that down move. I don't see it happening in my favor today, however. Boy, I'll tell you, that's about light trading. And why? 75 contracts, 100 contracts. 305 is that big level. I'd be happy with that, frankly. And now the full session VPOC has, I guess, pulled up. Something happened over there. Huh. Yeah, this is one of those, do I just hit out of it and go take a nap? Lift off, boys. Let it get some breathing room there. Boy, that mid is holding strong. We might lift off a little bit here. Up to the VWAP. Boy, it's lunchtime bull crap trading. Lunchtime. Mid and VWAP tight together. And now the POC. You know, that's just exactly the kiss of death. And I'm going to hit out of this right now. Break even. Think. Yep.
Order submitted.
I'm closing that out because of that VPOC migration down. And now watch what happens. This thing will go to the moon Alice. That's obvious. Yeah, that was a long enough period of time. And if it goes up, great. But this is too, the VPOC migration down was very worrisome. Yeah. So I'm going to go take a nap. That's just stupid, actually. It's a stupid trade. I FOMO'd in on this big fly up and thought surely stop calling me Shirley, I'd get these 3 points up here. And I didn't. Real simple. Maybe I'm going to get, maybe it's going to run now. Who the hell knows? Likely. It might take off at 1 o'clock and shoot all the way up there to my target. And I'll be really disappointed that I scratched out of it. But that's hindsight, and I'm not, I mean, you can't do that. That's like, well, it's like in an airplane. Fuel on the ground and altitude above you is no good. So here we are. I guess you could say fear took me out, but fear or common sense, maybe, I don't know. Let's see what I was going to do now. Oh, yeah. I'll start my boy, I don't like this stupid thing. Figure out how to set the text defaults and snag it every time. I have to remember to do that. Irritating. Well, I don't feel too bad. It's fiddle farting around down here. This would be my break-even line, whatever that is. 41 even. So there we go. I don't know what I got out of this for a trade, but probably lost a couple of ticks. I guess lost a tick, maybe. Stopped. I took one stop, and then here was the entry. Took a stop. Buy a tick. Full stop would be one more tick. Jesus, you know. And then maybe I need to change that. Maybe I need to change it from 3 points or 12 ticks to 13. God, that happens. It surprisingly happens a lot of times. Now, that's something I haven't thought about before, but God knows if there's some algorithm or something that's looking at 3 points or 12 ticks, or I don't know, you know, what the hell? Who knows? That's something to think about for sure. Anyway, it missed by 1 tick all the way to here. This then break even moves up here. Could have broke even in a tick or two here. Same over here. Break even there. Break even there finally. But I just hit out of it right here. The minute this VPOC dropped down and we got back up to pretty close to my break even, well, I should have taken it here, I guess, a little bit late. But so I ought to be break even or pretty close to it, pretty close to a scratch. A tick or two, maybe. But certainly better than $300. Better than 24 ticks. Very, very, and just like yesterday or day before, 1 tick. Within 1 tick of my T1 for a risk neutral scale and back all the way for a stop. Just, you know, maybe that is a place where I have to become way more proactive. And when it gets down to that 1 tick and it's fussing around, grab it and go risk neutral and adjust my stop for that point. And that would have to be done with a mouse because I can't on the brackets, I can't keyboard a 1 unless I turn off the multi brackets, because every time you enter a stop or whatever, then it happens. Now it's probably going to break. It's after 1 o'clock. So it's undoubtedly going to now break to the upside and get up to my target. And for just generally piss me off. But hey, that's the magic of trading. So strictly my own fault. That's a FOMO break or error. It'll be marked as an error FOMO in my journal. Note to self: I'm going to have to put on my monitor here. So I'm going to, when I leave the office here and go to do something else, shower in this case, and shave and stuff, and come back in and see. Just wait, I don't know, a period of time or something before I hit into a trade. I assessed this situation, and when we passed this liquidity, I thought we were going to get at least another 3 ticks, and I hit in, and by the time I hit it, it was here, and we got 2 ticks or 1 tick above it, and that's as far as it got. No. It came down first and took out the first stop within seconds, and no positive excursion, or maybe 1 tick, and then fought its way all the way back up past break even, but did not go on up to any of the points north. And VWAP seems to be the lid. So there we have it. Yeah, pretty disappointing though. Ooh, pretty bright. Turn down close the shades a bit here. Well, what are you going to do now, girlfriend? Are you finally going to get up through here and do something? Oh, yeah. Here we go. And coincidentally, no stop. No stop. And it'll probably, it looks like it's going to make some higher ground. So I hit out of it here. It never got close to my stop down here. And, you know, that's another case for just sitting and waiting, I guess, and letting the trade play out. It seems to me to be a lot more intelligent to let the damn thing, to take it off with no loss or break even, then let this crap happen and come back on you for a total of 24 points loss. And why not just enter now? It's the same damn difference, right? Entering right here is the exact same as entering down here and taking a loss. Break even is still right here. So that would be if you entered there, that would be break even. That's where it starts. No, I think we're dead in the middle. We still are just fighting to get over VWAP, and VPOC is just below. So this is middle out, and that's not, intelligent. Well, that would have made me a couple of dollars if I'd have waited another 5, 10, 15 minutes. Lucky I got to put something there so you stop making a mess of my computer, buddy. I have a piece of plastic or something. Clear plastic. If you're going to take a structured trade with a statistical, with a positive statistical, significant, statistically significant, it's got to be, you've got to 50 trades with this exact context, this exact, with all of the parameters equal, with all other parameters equal, lower context of the FOMC day, all of those things, all of that has to be exactly, those things have to be factored in, otherwise it's not statistically significant. If there's more than one variable, it's not statistically significant, period. Look it up. Look it up. Get kind of annoyed at your Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Yep. Yep. Get paid a couple hundred. Yeah. I get paid well 6 figures to do that. Or 6 figures to do that. I know a bunch of clock and I can live wherever I want to in the world. So yeah, it's worked out pretty good, yeah. Okay. Okay, so I'm whispering to myself here. Jesus, I'm talking to myself. And probably on the stream. I'll have to see about that at, wow, 5 hours and 47 minutes in. That's probably about as enough streamy wimmy as I need here. I guess I'll be back. I wonder if there's something about the length of stream. You know, I'll have to go back to when the hell that trade happened. Guessing about, let's see if it's 5:48 now minus what, 40? So it's got to be about 5:28. So I'll have to look at 5:28 when that's on, when that trade went on with the timestamp. And here we go. Now look at here. 1 o'clock hour, they're going to take it out. They finally got over VWAP. And now if they can get around the naked volume point of control, but I would at least have gotten to my original risk neutral scale. Not that that's any consolation, but there's a couple things to take into consideration. I did put a trade on, right or wrong. Managed it to here. We're now in positive country, or were. And at no point in time did my stop get taken. My decision was to take a break even after this long, drawn-out period of crap. And most importantly, the VPOC migration lower. And when it didn't look like it was going to do a price check at aisle 3 or anything substantial, I'd hit out of it. And again, it's not exactly doing anything wonderful. So what do we got here? 1312. At 2 more hours till the close. So I will go on the side here. I'm going to let the stream run out and just out of curiosity see what YouTube does with a full stream. So here we are back for a little rest. Just left the stream going to see how that's going to work out. Back at the IB low, almost. Feel like taking a short here again. I'm glad that I didn't have such a problem. Glad I made my decision on that trade. Now, there's a couple of good opportunities here for shorts, which I didn't take. I was not here. So that's a good reason I had to do that, right? Here we are at the IB low again. A lot of it, volatility, liquidity down here at 2. Wow, when you open that thing up, it looks pretty impressive, that short off of here, huh? Wow, I'm sure glad I didn't take that. Boy, timing is everything. And the RT, and you know what's really funny as hell to me is we still haven't taken out this, we still haven't taken the 84 stat below or the overnight low below that. That's pretty funny. I'm kind of thinking maybe that's, we might be headed that way. You never know. IB low from below. Let's see what happens here. I was late. IB low from below. That test was a good one. I'm still thinking that those targets are down below there somewhere. Well, there's a test low at that liquidity at 22, and then back up to the IB low again. What's the NQ doing? I keep getting late here at this developing value area low. Those IB tests are good. And the MC low, of course. Coming up to the 2 o'clock hour. And what's going to happen now? Missed that entry off of the IB low here at 47.16. It's liquidity loading up down here for whatever reason. See it, 19. Well, a little bit late getting my feet on the ground here for these tests to the IB low from below. Can still see that the bunch of stats are still down below here. There's an 84% one, and below that 20 target, 20 liquidity, and the overnight low is down below there. Getting into breakout territory here again, and I'm hesitating on that. This pullback up here was a good entry, as this one. Now we're kind of on the low side of this little micro, whatever the hell you want to call it, down here below the IB low and just ahead of the regular trading hours low.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
See what the hell happens here. I'm still late on this test of the developing value area low. But if we can get down under the RTH low, we'll see. Maybe early, like usual. Now here's hoping they don't do what it looks like they're going to do, which is haul ass for the top. Ooh, that. And leave me holding the bag up here. Need some water. Be right back. Okay, now. So you going to break through there and go down, or what are you going to do? Or am I going to be standing here wishing I didn't do this again? I was targeting the low of the day and then run down to the the overnight POC. And if you want to get real excited about it, there is a, I can't even see the damn thing now. You want to get real excited about the overnight low is even way below that. So, so who knows, huh? Now I'm sort of thinking to put my stop ahead of this liquidity. That screwed me up yesterday or the other day. So I'm going to put my stop just ahead of that liquidity in anticipation of getting down there, which will require moving the scales, the stops. That's the first scale. I'm having more trouble with this damn developing value area here. I have the same problem on the top end. Goddamn NQ fall out of bed or something happened over here. Pretty big notch right here below the value area low and the low of the day. So, see what happens. I'm hopeful that we're going to get down there and get that break even at our risk neutral. Sorry, stop. This 2 o'clock crap is not pleasant, however. Anyway, trade's on now. We'll see what we see. And I would like to see some more of this low come in there. Apparently there was some news about antitrust in Apple or some crap that had had that effect a few minutes ago over here. I don't mess with my stop placement because it's that would break the continuity of the data set. And there's one out again at 12. And that's probably going to be right against that summit right there. This would be pretty amazing if the same thing happens as earlier. There they are. Both stops are out. So that was a poor trade placement on my part. And we'll see just how poor it was. Now, getting really tired of that, to say the least. Well, I'm talking to myself on mute too, so that's how much fun I'm not having. So here we are, to the tick on the stop. Now that's not saying we're not going to go up here, 50 handles, but it is kind of amazing how that happens so frequently. The problem here was my late entry, extremely late entry. Basically, that'll be clogged as an error breakout again. I don't know what's the matter with me, I guess. I was looking at this and called it. This would have been a better entry. This would be a better entry. I mean, any one of those. This one in particular would have been scaled neutral and then risk neutral at that point from the scale. And That's the entry location and the amount of time or thinking or I don't know what it is. Been struggling now for a while. Seems like it's early part of December on. It has been tough sledding for me here with this. And I'm not really sure why. I don't think it's necessarily the market configuration. Everybody else seems to be doing really well, which is great. Just I don't know why I seem to be timing's off or something. My timing's off or something. Now what's going to happen? Now you're going to get it up over the IB and go up. Do you take a long? Do we take a long here? What the hell? I don't know. Are they going to run it or are they going to bring it up here and crash it back down again? That's a big question, isn't it? They're going to sell it off and take it lower. So this would be an IB continuation, or this is an IB failure, I guess. Now we're getting a little bit long in the tooth for an entry, from my point of view. And looking at the chart for the day, it's unless they want to take out a bunch of stops or shorts, doesn't look good for the upside. I think the context of the day has turned south, I guess. But I got burned once here, and I don't want to do that again. I think I'll be patient and see what they do a little farther into this 2 o'clock hour. If I sense some direction out of them. Oh, that's twice now I've been off the screen and hit an enter, hit an order keystroke and hasn't been taken. And now the location's gone away. See if we come up and test this IB low again.
Order submitted.
Let's see if this IB continuation trade can work. Developing value area low or just a little above that. And we're ahead of this area down here for the 82 at the overnight low. Now, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? And again, I'm going to move this first target just
Order
above
submitted.
this liquidity and the developing value area low, in hopes that that has doesn't provide any hiccup and they come down to test that. I've been burned a few times, not today, but recently with that, one tick crap because I'm sitting inside of a liquidity area. This is a little bit disconcerting because liquidity is not chasing down below that IB. Yeah, and that's kind of a disappointment. So. Anyway, that's pretty close to correct entry for this IB test or IB continuation trade or whatever the hell it is. Well, at least Tom's thinking the same way I am, so that's encouraging. He's got a boatload of money and is living the good life. So let's hope let's hope we're on the same page. Once I get the risk neutral scale off, of course, then Yahoo, Merry Christmas. And everything's rosy dozy. The risk neutral will be at this first scale. And because of bringing this up here above that developing value area low area, I'll move the stop. The break even will be down a little below the stops, and that'll require movement. I'm kind of disappointed that didn't continue. But helmet, there we are. I got to stop being so conservative and just start taking these trades. That was a trade that was an IB continuation set up pretty much. Other people think the same way. Or not, I guess. Going to be kind of disappointing if I miss that by, 1.5 or something. What to do? I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. Just got the helmet on here, hoping they're going to get down a couple. Oh, look at how this changed. So the liquidity pulled out of the way completely for this first scale. Hasn't been hit, of course, yet, but, you know, one can think positively, I guess. And there's the scale. Now, so in order to be risk neutral, this stop has to go under this break even. Now,
Order submitted.
nothing can happen to me apart from a scratch. And we'll hope that we're going to get down here to this ground and perhaps lower.
Order submitted.
I'm going to be real. Look at this shit. Look at where that low is. I'm going to try to get way down here someplace. Above that MC.
Order submitted.
And then I'm going to roll up here and trail this thing down here. Whoops, not there, but you know what I mean. So that was pretty special. It got right down there to whatever this is all about and quit. Now let's see if we can get some further action here. I was going to move my stop up, but because I thought we were going to continue the momentum here. And I was going to bring my stop here, which would be, now it's going to do some other crap and go the other way, I guess, you know. Who knows? This is that 2 o'clock nonsense. The power hour, they call it. Had I moved my stop to this level of the scale, then I would be neutral on the day. Obviously, my original target was here for my second target, and I'm guessing I should have had that above that liquidity, whatever the hell it is. And they could come back down at it. Who knows? It's been in there a long time now. Wow. Wow, all day. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. That's pretty amazing. So we'll sit with the helmet on and try to get a good return out of this thing. I'm probably wishful thinking about that overnight, or the overnight low. I guess. So now the overnight stat is coming up here and then lower. And the minute this thing gets up around this overnight stat of this liquidity, the stop is going to come down at least to here, because we're heading into the end of the day and I don't want to head into a Friday night on a loss. So it will be a small win, and that ruins the win rate and all of that crap for expectancy and everything. But hey, beats a sharp stick in the nose, right? And maybe it's not going to give it to me. You never know. Been down there twice now and got darn developing value area low. It bounces off of that. What we need to have is somebody call in a bomb threat to the NASDAQ or something. Yeah, I'd like to see this target go on down there and hit it. And it may not. It may go up and, you know, scratch me out. And I'll be bummed out and have 2 scratches and 1 loss instead of a scratch, a loss, and a good trade. I do like the fact that I'm on the same side of the thinking as Tom and was in the trade actually before he posted his idea to look for this. So that's kind of encouraging. And now we are getting down to that value area low. Going to get down here to this previous area. This is a pretty big stat that is very rarely missed. Do I bring the scratch up here? Do I bring the stop up here? There we go. Still hasn't taken it out, but it did get this liquidity. So that's a good thing. Now if they can get one more flush like that down to the overnight stat or to the VPOC, this thing will come charging down here like you never saw in your life. Figuring out where. I'm guessing this notch right here. The low level notch, or maybe the step. I don't want to move it too soon because obviously it's a likely suspect that it's going to get taken out when in fact there's more room below. I could also be less greedy and bring my target up here to the VPOC, overnight VPOC. But I don't think that's being greedy. I think that's being reasonable way to manage 2 lot because I only have 1 lot on, right? So now I would have been out had I moved that stop. And who knows what will happen here. It's just another trade of, thousands eventually. I wish I had a journal for everything. I'd like to see them take it down, but they're not doing that. Why not? And here you have to ask yourself the question, okay, should I have, woulda, shoulda, coulda, right? Should I, when we were down here testing in this area, again in this area, should I have brought this down here? Should I have just hit out of it here? That's the big question. And it's now 235. They may take the goddamn thing all the way to the top. Who knows? But we'll see. We'll see if they suddenly decide that short, they could be just loading to get some more bullets. And I'm not liking this very much at all here. We are back at the original entry. We'll definitely bring the next time we get below the scale, I will definitely bring the stop to this area or lower to this notch because we're running out of time in the day and I don't want to be, it's Friday afternoon and whatever. Come on, boys. Show everybody who's boss and get that overnight POC. I wish they'd take that overnight target of the overnight low. That'd be pretty funny. Be great. But now we're not even getting back to my scale here, which is at this 43 area. Who knows what they're going to do now? We've got a few minutes left, 25 or so. Most importantly is I need to be out of this trade by 310. Very rarely do I have the luxury to stand around and do a whole day. Oh, there we go. VPOC shift down. Well, look at that. I guess that's the whole VPOC, is it? Or is that not? No, that might just be the, I'm sorry. That's just the full session VPOC. That's not the current session, which is up above us somewhere. So this is incorrect. I'll take that back off. I'm not liking the particularly liking the looks of this Renko, or either the NQ or the ES. They're kind of stretching the damn thing up to the top, which is not my idea of fun. I wish they'd get that regular VPOC. Where the hell even is it? I don't know. Oh, it's up here. I wish they'd get that thing to shift down. Uh, 15,000 here. 12. I got to get 3 more thousand on it. Which is pretty easy to do. They're trading at a pretty good clip here. We're at 1.5 million so far. Doggone it. I was looking forward to a good trade out here, and I should have taken that up, I guess. Damn it. And disappointing. Oh, well, disappointing. That's, hindsight. Should have moved that stop up, straightened out my loss, and then worried about something else. In this case, now I'm just going to sit here and likely be scratched If it doesn't start doing something pretty quick, that's not good. That's not good at all. 42. Yeah. So they need to do something, and they need to do it here pretty quick. I don't like the way this is trading up to the VPOC here, or the IB low. But, oh, no, that's not it. And that full session VPOC shifting up didn't help us any. And I'm not moving my stop. And so that's pretty disappointing. Or will be if I get scratched here instead of getting whole. Could have made me whole had I moved my stop right here when I had the opportunity twice, 3 times. 1, 2, 3 times. And now it's going to fiddle fart around and scratch me out. Maybe. And there's a scratch. Stopped out. Oh, that's disappointing. 2 scratches and a stop. Pretty disappointing. Wow, 7 hours of a stream. That's pretty stupid. I got to not do that anymore. Who the hell would ever pay attention to that? And now what's going to happen, you know? Who the hell knows? Are they going to squeeze it?
Order submitted.
Let's see if we can get one decent trade out of this thing. And if it gets up here just past my entry and then craps out, I'm going to be just more than frustrated. And that's the close. No, let's see. Unreal. The second I hit, like, I wish these guys would stop watching my computer. I no more than hit that entry and the damn thing just shut off. That's pretty funny. Well, not funny, haha, but, you know, that's pretty amazing. That's more than amazing, actually. Jesus. 3 stops for me is a huge, no, it would be 2 stops, right? Huge day. I was going to say 3 stops is alcoholic time. Unbelievable. How can I be so off? Wow. How can I be so off? Unreal. Absolutely unreal. 2 ticks. Oh no, 3. 3 ticks positive and just hit the brakes. That's really crazy. Not funny crazy either. That's just amazing. And why? What in the hell was there to cause that to happen? Unbelievable. That's really unbelievable. Wow. And I would have never shorted that. Well, there's one out. And two. Unbelievable. And how easy would it have been to go the other way and be ahead right now on those two stops? You know, that's the part about this that is so amazing. 2 ticks and stop out. And right to the damn penny. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Makes me almost want to take another trade. Just to, you know, and it's 50 coming up. That's just crazy. Huh. Wow. That's really crazy. Just immediate, right back to, and there's no level there. What is that? Settlement, I guess, is. Look at that crap to the tick. I'm almost tempted to go back into it again, assuming that we're going to get to that POC. Huh.
Order submitted.
Let's see what happens now. If I can screw up twice or 3 times, pretty soon I'm going to be. I'm getting paranoid there, thinking that this is just too goofy for words. You know, too goofy for words. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You got to be kidding me. I mean, it's 251. This thing ought to be doing, and it can't get through 300 contracts to that upside. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Well, that is just absolutely amazing. That is truly, truly amazing. I mean, it's getting awful late in the day here. Pretty quick, I got to start thinking about getting out whether I want to or not. what's this? God dang, global VWAP. I guess they don't want that to change, I guess. Well, I guess they're not going to lift off. They're going to keep loading in there, I guess. That's pretty crazy. Pretty darn crazy. And all of these areas, I mean, that firmed up after the trade. You know, this liquidity was really light on the entry, and now it's going to maybe trade out of the way and help a little bit. I don't know, but that why that liquidity decided to come in there and park out and be so rigid, I don't know. But timing is definitely not good. Wow, you got to be kidding me. That's pretty amazing. So I can't get that risk neutral scale because somebody has decided they're not going to let that move ahead of the, well, there they go. Finally going to lift off. I guess. I don't know. Maybe not. Some pencil neck with 50 contracts. That's not very convincing buying. Huh. Unreal. There we go. So there's the risk neutral scale off. Get that wider out there a little bit. Get this up here for sure. Take this up here. See if they're going to run with it.
Submitted.
Bring this up here. So we've got at least a 300 in there. See if they get up to the VPOC and keep trailing this up tight behind it. And there we go. Wow, that's one. Wow, I've lost track now. What I got. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. That's a lot of trading for me. So I'm net, if I'm not mistaken, I'm net one loss here. Get rid of that. Stupid thing keeps having your name on it. There we go. Net one loss, if I'm not mistaken. And it's 56. Well, that's it for me. Two scratches, two losses, and a win. That's pretty poor. That's pretty darn poor. And these, I mean, this was long, and we ended up well above the targets, but we took a stop to the tick. Jesus, you know, that's just really strange. It's paranoia fodder. Paranoia fodder, I guess. I don't know whether this thing, I keep seeing these things pop up that Tom's talking, and I try to record him, but I'm not hearing anything, so I guess nothing's happening. I guess. I don't know. Nothing's muted. Just nothing happening. Well, that's pretty disappointing, but, you know, wow. I thought, sure, my IB continuation trade was going to hit. Now it's getting pretty dicey. But that liquidity popped in there like that, I don't think we're going to get too far here. And I don't think I want to. Well, that has got to be just a cosmic pain in the butt day. And everybody else has gotten thumbs up. Great Friday, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here, but if I look back on the trades, well, let's look back. Okay, to the tick. Stop, and the market proceeded exactly on to both targets. Don't know what to do about that. It's really phenomenal. I mean, that's twice. In one day, one afternoon, that I've been hit twice. Similarly. Well, there's a short. There's the scale. 2 ticks from the target. not a good move. And scratch. This was the IB continuation low. And it got awful close right here to the target. You know, had I guess not been, I don't know what to think, you know. These are the target locations. Should I have moved it ahead of that liquidity and been taken out right here? I guess I should have, you know. And then what do we got over here? Well, again, short, poor entry. I'll give it that. Moved to stop just above that liquidity. So tried it this time and got taken out on both stops right there. The market did proceed past it. So that, you know, I don't move my stops. I guess that's one thing. Is that it? I don't remember now. Pretty disappointing now, I can tell you that much. And it looks like we're going to go up to the, go ripping up to somewhere here. Ripping up to these targets. This target. Or pass. But a little too dicey for me with all this noise after 1500. And this was the trailing stop up. Just missing the target here, which I had moved. No, I did. Yeah, I just had moved the target, thinking we were going to get across that area. And it looks like we will do so over here. So, yeah, well, I'll be interested to go back through the stream. I'm going to mark down these numbers, I guess, so I can find the time frames easily. Today, 5th. 5/1/24, baby. Ooh. So the last trade of the day is at 1450. Okay. Then we had one over here at 1445, I guess. Way more active trading than I normally do. Why is that still looking like it's a target or a break even or whatever? Why is that doing that? Oh, yeah, I guess that was, yeah. So this one was in at 1427, I guess. Entry times. Then I'll go back to the stream and get to be able to put the I don't know. No. Here's the entry at 17, I guess. So is that right? 1417. Boom, boom. And then the stop. Okay. Long ways away. And 1400. So How many's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? 2 scratches. Yeah, there's got to be one more somewhere. Wow, did I really do that many trades? That's a real record for me. Okay, so I will I will do something. I don't know what I'll do. I will end the stream here at 15:08, 5 Jan 24. I'm not sure. I guess I probably ended up net down one stop. Interesting to see how that plays out when I look at the account stuff. So have a great weekend. I've got my work cut out for me, obviously, figuring all this out and looking at the stats, which won't be pretty after today. Anyway, all the best. Have a great weekend.